We are very, very close to the end game for the Zionists, and they are right now very desperate and dangerous cornered rats. What's happening is that the BRICS alliance, which is like 85% of humanity, is asking that the Khazarian mafia or the Chabad death cult and the people who own the central banks uh, pay with real stuff. And they have run out of gold, they've run out of silver, they've run out of oil. They're basically bankrupt, and they're going to lose control of their magic money machine. And when that happens, they lose power. So what we're seeing now is some very, very desperate attempts to start World War III. So, for example, in this clip, you can watch the blackmailed pedophile presidents of France and Prime Minister of UK basically sign a declaration of war against Russia. This declaration of war is just one thing they're doing. They illegally seized a Russian oil tanker, which is also an attempt to try to provoke World War III. And they attacked the Russian nuclear headquarters, the so-called President Putin's residence. And this is all designed in a desperate attempt to start World War III. And the reason why they're doing this is because they know that if they do not succeed in starting wars off, they're going to face war crimes charges. Now, this is an example. This is not all. The attempt to start World War III and get Russia to invade is just part of it. And by the way, I would like to recommend to the Russian military that they actually do move into Germany and France and arrest the Rothschild criminals there, because the U.S. military will not fight to protect them, and they will not allow this to be an excuse to trigger all of nuclear war. So please go ahead and arrest Brigitte Macron, aka Jean-Michel de Rothschild, and all those other people. And also, please go into Switzerland and cut off the head of the beast. I make the same recommendation. Now, the other thing we need to talk about, of course, is the fake Donald Trump operating out of Mar-a-Lago. This imposter is openly corrupt, and they are now they're trying to start a civil war in the United States. They're trying to make this man an absolute dictator, because if they do not, they know that they're headed themselves for war crimes tribunals. So, as an example, what they do, first of all, Yahoo explains exactly how they create bus bombers and fanatical soldiers. Okay, now here's an example of what they're doing. So they're actually deploying Israeli death squads in the United States right now. They're pretending that they're ICE agents deporting illegal immigrants, but they're not. They're going after anybody who is influential and against Israel. And this shooting in Minneapolis, which it should be all over the news, but anyway, take a look at this video. So they shot an unarmed woman without any real excuse. They murdered a dissident in public. They refused to let doctors come and help her. And then you have this Kristi Noem, the head of the Israeli-based Homeland Security Department, saying that this is what they were trained to do. Okay, so you have foreign troops in the United States to try to impose a dictatorship on the American people. If you see any of these ICE agents, politely ask them to show their ID. If they refuse, walk away, call the police, call the National Guard, and tell them that there are foreign mercenaries and operating in the United States, and tell them where to go. We need to shoot these people down. And I have heard from my U.S. Space Force sources that they are going to go after the fake Trump and that whole sort of fake studio pretending to be a U.S. government in Mar-a-Lago and shut it down. And they really need to do that, because otherwise the United States is going to go to hell in a handcart. And the U.S. military too has been presented evidence that there is a group trying to start World War III. This clip here from Russia tells you exactly what you need to know. So the U.S. military have been provided with proof that there are people trying to start all-out nuclear war, and that they're operating out of Ukraine and the United States and Israel. And that means the military needs to take action against these people. A couple of more clips I want to show you. One is the mayor of Minneapolis explaining, denouncing the death squad. So this is real. It's not fake. They really are trying to impose a totalitarian dictatorship run by members of a single clan. Any Chabad facility is a legitimate military target because they're trying to kill you and your family, and they say it openly in their writings. This is the head of the snake, as well as Switzerland. We need to go after them. Now, I'm sure that the human race will overcome these people. They're not going to win. And take a look at the protests in France, for example. They've completely shut down Paris, and I think the French people are going to go in and grab Jean-Michel de Rothschild, aka Brigitte Macron, and shut down that whole regime. Remember, they don't even have French bodyguards because they don't trust the French people, and they're supposed to be the president of France and his wife. So they need to go ASAP. Same with Keir Starmer. Same with Friedrich in Germany, and the fake Trump and Mar-a-Lago. They all need to go. And as far as Mark Carney in Canada is concerned, I would like to personally ask him to confess to the Canadian people what blackmail material they have on him from Epstein Island, and ask for their forgiveness. Otherwise, he has to go too. Although he's a competent man, he is a blackmailed pedophile, and as such, unless he confesses, he has to go. This is very important because enslave us, and this will be forever. And I noticed the Canadian farmers and truckers are on the case too, as you can see from this photo. So we all need to take action. We need to finish these people off, and I call upon the military and intelligence agencies to help remove this satanic filth from our planet. Thank you very much. That's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Do you have any current information regarding the whereabouts and condition of the real Trump?
Before, my space agency source would confirm that Trump had been spotted at either the Thule Air Base. I know it's got a new name, Pacific or something. I can't pronounce it. Or they spotted him at Cheyenne Mountain. But unfortunately, I have not been able to confirm his whereabouts for the past 6 months. So right now, he is missing in action. I hope he's okay, but I haven't been able to confirm where he is. And so I think the U.S. military white hats need to make contingency plans. Next question.
Hi, Ben. As a Canadian myself, what is your take on the 51st state, or the Albertans or West Can, who want to separate from Canada and then maybe join the USA? What about Quebec and Greenland, and why Alberta is promoting digital ID? What could North America look like in 10 years from now, in your opinion?
Well, what we don't want is for the United States to take over Canada, because the United States is a dystopian nightmare. But I have proposed that Canada take over the United States and restore democracy and rule by the people and good government, which is what Canada is supposed to stand for. But I'm not in favor of that fake Trump, turning Canada into part of their Khazarian dictatorship. So my view is that Canada needs to move into the United States and clean out the filth and liberate the people there. And as far as Quebec is concerned, le Québec serait toujours français. They will always be French. Greenland can choose for itself. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Looking forward to your comments on the Venezuelan raid. It appears to be good news for the deep state to take over all of these oil fields. However, will it actually benefit the real Trump in the long run? Thank you for any insight you can provide on this.
Well, the English media in the blogosphere, which is under the most severe censorship I've ever seen, is making it look like they've taken over Venezuela. But if I read Spanish language reporting from the region, it's very clear that kidnapping a president is not the same as taking over a country, and the Venezuelan people are not going to hand over their oil to Zionist gangsters. That's my understanding. And the other thing is that uh, there are reports that Chavez made a deal, in exchange for protection, but that doesn't mean the Venezuelan people are going to allow this takeover. It's not going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying that possibly the White Hats took out that bar in Switzerland to kill one top level WEF, dozens, and injured countless more innocent people? I always thought the reason this takes so long is that the White Hats try so hard not to have excessive amounts of collateral damage. What about the bounties out on these people? Is there any progress on that front? I don't understand why a professional hitman can't take care of these people one by one. The deep state do it all the time. If they wanted you gone, eventually you'd be gone.
Okay, first of all, what I said about the fire in Switzerland was wrong. It was speculation. Uh, what I found out from my military sources who contacted local police was that they had filled the place with foam that's very flammable, and they handed out sparklers to all these drunk kids. This was a cabal sacrifice to Moloch, a fire sacrifice for the New Year's, and no senior KM operative was taken out in that fire. Although the son, apparently, one of them was killed. So I was wrong about that. And no, the person. And as far as I know that there are people like Bill Gates and Larry Fink are being actively hunted, but I cannot provide any more details. When you see them lose control of the mega corporations and you see the end of the fake Trump show, then you'll know that this war is over. But for reasons of operational security, I can't tell you much more. But they are being hunted. That's for sure. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Could you please elaborate some more on the EU happenings? We feel pretty much in the dark as to the developments there. Ursula was exposed by Viktor Orban about her 4 billion euro theft through the company of her husband. This must release her from her royalties, I would hope. Nigel Farage has exposed Keith Starmer's many secret visits to immigration, almost proving the current absurd UK immigration policies. I hope Nigel can push this forward. Since MSN isn't reporting on any of this, I'm hoping you can shed some light.
They still control the mega corporations and places like Google and stuff. So a lot of what appears on our screens is still controlled by the bad guys, unfortunately. Although the fact that I'm able to carry out this broadcast is a sign that we do have white hats supporting us within the NSA that let us get the real truth out there. As far as the EU is concerned, they are bankrupt. They're about to make a. They have payments that are due that they won't be able to make, and most of the top former officials have been arrested. So the military police and the police are on the case, but they don't control the media, which is why we're not hearing about it. But yeah, a lot of senior people have been arrested, and the track is closing in on Ursula von der Leyen and all those people. But until you see them off your screens, the battle is not over because these are very rich, very powerful people, and they have a lot of armed guards. So it's not going to be an easy fight, but humanity will prevail. We'll end this satanic nightmare. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, I think it was the final blow for Trump. His anti-fraud task force had found $233 billion to $521 billion of federal funds had been siphoned from Medicaid, SNAP and child care federal aid over the last 6 years. This government fraud was going on all over the country in mainly Democrat states. In Minnesota alone, the money was laundered to individuals to buy luxury homes, cars, properties and even luxury resorts in faraway places like Kenya, Nairobi and Turkey, and the Biden administration had ordered the states not to investigate. So at 0200 hours on Saturday, March 28, 2026 from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, President Trump gave an order to the U.S. Army to unleash Operation Holy Fire Protocol worldwide. In this historic moment, President Trump stood shoulder to shoulder with the returning JFK Jr., alongside loyal allies, as the old guard's empire of lies collapses. At that point on Saturday 28 of March, the White House in Washington, D.C. lit up in yellow, glowing under a triumphant sunrise, indicating that the golden age had begun. The American flag waves proudly as the emergency broadcast system prepares to deliver the truth that the deep state has hidden for decades. On Saturday, thousands were convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York and L.A. as black entities exploded into ash under military spotlights. The U.S. Army was now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances. Sometime in the next 2 days a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. Every TV, radio and internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages at the same time. 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours, 3 days, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally, the real history of the last 100 years and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. The comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. On February 20, 2026 the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. According to WANO Saving on Wednesday, April 1, 2026 the NISARA/JAZARA laws would fully activate across 209 nations, wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. The deep state is in total panic, knowing their depopulation agenda has been exposed and defeated forever by President Trump and the Q Alliance. The corruption is coming to an end. The old world would end with a broadcast. The new world would begin as you explain to those around you what has been going on. A possible timing: on February 20, 2026 the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Saturday, March 28, 2026 White Hat insiders and WANO Savin released explosive confirmation of the schedule unfolding as follows. On Friday, March 27, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for JAZARA wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29, 2026, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Monday, March 30, 2026, 10 days of darkness ignite with Starlink emergency broadcast system airing cabal crimes in 77 languages. Martial law secures cities for pedophile roundups. Stock food and cash as fiat dies. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, NISA/Jazara laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. The Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. See Global Currency Reset. On February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Friday, March 27, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for Jazara wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29, 2026, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, NISA/Jazara laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. Saturday, March 28, 2026 confirmed, Tier 4B protocol now active, quantum financial system on Telegram. What was once dismissed as rumor or fantasy is now moving into controlled execution. Iraq and Zimbabwe are quietly driving a financial shift outside public markets, built on structure, security, and discretion. The revaluation of the IQD, VND, and ZIM is no longer speculation, it is operational reality. For years, holders of these currencies faced skepticism, while institutions prepared behind the scenes. Today, whispers have become verified bank appointments, tiered access systems, and private exchange processes routed through U.S. banking channels. The global currency reset is underway, and Tier 4B represents the first point where the public can participate. This is not a public forex event. It is a controlled, classified restructuring conducted under a strict, tiered framework. Tier 1, sovereign governments and central banks. Tier 2, multinational corporations and elite financial trusts. Tier 3, high net worth entities with pre-negotiated contracts. Tier 4B, private citizens with legally acquired currency holdings. Tier 4B is now live. It is the entry point for those who have held through years of delay and silence. Major U.S. banks have begun private operations. Exchanges occur by appointment only, through secure centers with identity verification, proof of purchase validation, NDAs, and post-exchange wealth structuring. There are no walk-ins, no leaks, no spectacle, discretion is mandatory. Internal banking systems are already reflecting new exchange values for the IQD and VND, invisible to public forex platforms. Tier 4B operates entirely separate from public markets, moving capital quietly. Iraq leads this reset. Long-standing sanctions have ended, digital banking aligns with international standards, and UN/U.S. oversight has formally concluded. Anti-corruption operations have recovered stolen assets, converting them into revaluation leverage. Iraq is fully activated. Zimbabwe are following with resource-backed, gold-supported frameworks and project-based valuation models, scheduled for phased integration through 2025 to 2026. The rollout is deliberate, high-volume holders go first, mid-tier participants next, and broader access expands in the coming weeks. Every step requires verified identification, proof, NDA compliance, and absolute discretion. This is the culmination of years of planning for a controlled monetary restructuring. The reset arrived quietly, but correctly. Tier 4B is live. The silence is intentional. The system is moving. E-Global Financial System, Saturday, March 28, 2026. As of today, SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. F. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada, H2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Guru Information and Intel. J. Saturday, March 28, 2026. William Greg Firstay, Vancouver, BC. Look for Greg Firstay on Facebook. I believe. On April 1, 2026 we will see truth, justice, freedom, sovereignty and a return to common law. President Trump returned to office in 2025, but never left. He was 46 all along. The global military alliance has been making arrests since 2017. They number between 7 and 8 million. They report having used over 200,000 actors from central casting, or clones. On May 31, 2024, U.S. military jets did the letter Q over my apartment in South Vancouver. Back in 2020 I was sent a picture of President Trump shaking JFK's hand. JFK was in his full dress Marine uniform. Another trusted person told me there was a recent picture of Marilyn Monroe, Pastor Bob Joyce's Elvis, and there were pictures of Michael Jackson. I was told around 900 people have been in protective custody of the White Hats since the early 1960s. JFK 35Q, President Trump Q plus 45, 46, 47 with JFK Jr. VP equals a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. After the USA 2020 election fraud, the U.S. military did a 45-day investigation and found that at 8 p.m. when the counting stopped, President Trump had already won re-election. He was sworn back into office in March 2021. Smartmatic voting machines controlled by outside computers changed the counted votes. Trump votes disappeared in real time. Trump votes counted as 0.75 votes equals Biden votes 1.25 votes. From January 20, 2021 to Jan. 2022 equals this one-year delta under U.S. military law was an act of war against America to remove a sitting president from office equals the leaders were the Chinese Communist Party, the Crown of England and Vatican City. The 135+ million real votes equals watermarks in the paper, barcode in the top right-hand corner, and each real ballot had a unique microchip implanted so that the Space Force military satellites could identify each ballot and its location. Many were found in the garbage equals Joe Biden had 16% of the real votes. At the election polls there were boxes of mail-in ballots brought through back doors. Scrutiners were not allowed a close look at the counting. Hidden cameras showed the same ballots run over and over through the counters. The last 6 years was a movie. Joe Biden was played by James Wood and 8 others. Joe Biden was executed a long time ago, military cannons at Arlington the day of his so-called inauguration. A new QFS banking system is coming, along with the Starlink satellites, Tesla free energy, med beds and release of over 6,000 patents. July 4, 2026 will be the biggest celebration in U.S. history. In God we trust. Case Save the Children, Saturday, March 28, 2026, the Clintons had control of all the contracts in Haiti. If you wanted to get a piece of the $14 billion in relief funds, you had to go through them. They also had control of their elections, and guess what company they used to perform successful elections, according to the unclassified email? Smartmatic. Bill Clinton also used a middleman to be involved in other countries' elections because he couldn't publicly be seen or known to be engaging in any elections out in the open. This is yet another connection and part of the history of the global election fraud cartel, the chiffon telegram. What we think we know as of Sunday, March 29, 2026, Saturday, March 28, 2026. April 2nd is a liberating day for our country. Donald J. Trump government fraud. Saturday, March 28, 2026, the money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase Project Odin on Telegram. Resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas. Saturday, March 28, 2026. Explosive. President Trump unleashes massive anti-fraud task force to reclaim billions stolen from American taxpayers through Medicaid, SNAP, and child care scams, deep state networks, cartels, and child trafficking rings exposed in blue states. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched a massive anti-fraud task force aimed at dismantling the corrupt web of fraud that has siphoned billions from vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and childcare subsidies. Chaired by Vice President J.D. Vance directly from the White House, this task force is striking at the heart of the globalist machinery that has been bleeding American taxpayers dry for years. This explosive initiative, formalized by executive order on March 16, 2026, coordinates multiple agencies to hunt down multi-state fraud networks deeply embedded in Democratic strongholds such as California, Minnesota, New York, Illinois, and beyond. These operations have uncovered shocking links to cartel money laundering and human trafficking rings, revealing how taxpayer funds have been funneled to support the very criminals destroying our borders and communities. In Minnesota, federal prosecutors have blown the lid off an organized ring involving Somali-linked operators and phony nonprofits that stole hundreds of millions in childcare funding. Ghost providers, false claims, and proceeds funneled into luxury assets and even overseas terror channels. This is the deep state in action, preying on the most vulnerable while American families suffer. Remember, Patriots, the storm is building. With Stephen Miller as senior advisor in coordination with the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition, including military strikes against narco-terrorists, the White Hats are in full control. Recovered funds will bolster border security, reduce debt, and restore resources to true American citizens. Trump is delivering on his promises, and the day of reckoning for these fraudsters and their high-level enablers has arrived. The reclamation of our nation is underway, and nothing can stop what is coming. Oh, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Official word was that early morning Tuesday, March 24, 2026, the White Hats took Joe Biden into military custody. We thought the White Hats took him into custody back in December 2020 after raiding his Ukraine property. Monday, March 30, 2026, Hillary Clinton will be arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago, with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they are arresting the double because they already did. Maybe they are arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Also on Monday, March 30, 2026, Barack Obama would be hanged, along with Hillary. On Wednesday, 25th of March, it was reported by the martial law platform on Telegram that Obama was arrested. The Antichrist vessel is in chains. Raid teams recovered original 1963 documents in his hands. EBS footage live, he confessed on camera. Arrest complete. Trial tomorrow. Public hanging at Gitmo March 30th, same day as Hillary. Previous reports from Gitmo stated that Obama had been arrested and taken care of years ago, while his clones were still out there. So what's the truth? So much game playing going on, it's hard to tell. In the last few weeks, the devastating floods that hit the Hawaiian Islands, especially Lahaina, Maui, were believed man-made, just like the so-called wildfires that burned Lahaina, Maui to the ground August 2023. Native Hawaiians pointed out that during the 2 or so weeks of rain and floods there were unusual V-shaped radar patterns offshore, showing the storms may have originated from ships. The 2023 Maui fires left over 5,000 Native Hawaiians homeless, with close to half still living on the beaches 2.5 years later. Little help has been received from the U.S. incorporated government. Lahaina had nowhere begun to rebuild because of countless red tape of the government. That left it vulnerable for mudslides during these past weeks of floods. Why wasn't the U.S. incorporated government helping? Because their ultimate plan was to make Lahaina, the former capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, a smart city where the U.S. incorporated's cabal could completely control the population. In other news, the privately owned by the deep state Illuminati cabal U.S. incorporated government is insolvent, over $41 trillion in debt. That's the conclusion of the Treasury Department's own 2025 financial statements, released last week to near total media silence. The numbers, $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30, 2025. The private banker corporation has controlled U.S. taxpayer money since 1913, and drove America into bankruptcy in 2008, making the fiat U.S. dollar status official. The plan was to drive America's financial status into the ground, so the people would accept a digital currency backed by nothing, and thus the cabal would have complete control over everyone. They called it the Great Reset. Everything was going as planned for the cabal, until along came the BRICS nations accompanied by Trump and the Q plan to save the world. That plan was about to unfold with a worldwide EBS worldwide activation imminent. Sometime in the next 2 days every TV, radio and internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages at the same time. 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours, 3 days, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally, the real history of the last 100 years and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. A global lockdown will commence and last 10 to 12 days. Everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. During those 5 hours, comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you, and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins as you explain to those around you what has been going on. See possible timing on Thursday, February 26, 2026. The final sequence activated with a 48-hour countdown to a worldwide blackout and 10-day stay at home under the Global Military Alliance. EBS override imminent. Pray. Prepare. Have you secured your essentials yet, Mr. Poole on Telegram? On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks fully integrate into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury takes control as the Federal Reserve collapses under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots are urged to stock food, water and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout commences for the Jazara wealth distribution. The fiat dollar dies as XRP and XLM currencies ignite worldwide. On Monday, March 30, 2026, 10 days of darkness begin with Starlink emergency broadcast system exposing the full extent of the cabal's fall, the end of the fiat system and the dawn of true freedom. Martial law secures mass arrests of pedophiles and Satanists globally. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, Nizara/Jazara laws fully activate across 209 nations, wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. The Black Swan event triggers a new golden age as redemption centers open and humanitarian funds flood projects. On Monday, April 6, 2026, Jazara prosperity payments begin pouring into approved projects, empowering we the people to rebuild our republic. On Saturday, April 18, 2026, medbed centers open in every community. Suppressed free energy and Tesla technologies roll out alongside, empowering independence from the old control grid. On Tuesday, April 21, 2026, medbed holographic scans download irrefutable proof of elite crimes straight into the tribunals, triggering a final wave of mass arrests that will dismantle the remaining cabal networks once and for all. Global currency reset. On February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nizara/Jazara funds set for Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Thursday, April 2, 2026 notification to set appointments. The overwhelming majority of my bond people are telling me that they will be done between now and April 2. The overwhelming majority of my groups and banking contacts believe they will go between the 2nd of April and the 15th of April. I don't know the timing, but that is what they are being told. Marks on Tuesday, March 24, 2026. Tuesday, March 24, 2026. Wolvie says that bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen and it has, and it is working very well, Wolvie says. It has been 100% successful. A lady at a bank called Wolvie, crying, saying this is the news we have been waiting for. Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas. Forwarded from Ginger Doucet. Thursday, March 26, 2026. Bruce, the big call. The QFS has a node for cryptocurrency. The central banks around the world are buying up gold to back their currencies. 4 different sources say Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notification could happen on Friday 27th of March or Saturday, March 28, 2026. Tier 4B should get started with appointments before the end of the month on Tuesday, March 31, 2026. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Global financial system. Friday, March 27, 2026, bombshell announcement, Trump's dollar, signature, gold, and power for the American people. No more fiat, no more lies, game over for the globalists. Free. March 27, 2026, boom. 1913 exposed, Trump strikes final blow to the IRS, tariffs in, Income tax out. Trump's signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. Friday, March 27, 2026. QFS destroys the central banking system. QFS halts the deep state in its tracks. Global currency reset. Trust the plan. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The quantum financial system stands as the most decisive force ever introduced against the central banking debt machine, built to release everyday people from a cycle of financial control that has lasted for generations. What once seemed out of reach has been strategically prepared, a parallel monetary framework designed to replace hidden fiat dominance with transparent, asset-backed transactions. This is not speculation or wishful thinking. It is a calculated reset aimed at restoring direct control of wealth back into the hands of the people. At its foundation, QFS operates through advanced quantum-level verification that cannot be altered, securing every transaction with absolute integrity and traceability. Only currencies backed by real, audited assets and supported by digital gold certificates are allowed to circulate within the system. This structure eliminates theft, blocks covert manipulation, and makes unauthorized financial activity impossible to conceal. The principle is clear: a financial system that cannot be quietly manipulated for personal or institutional gain. The legacy system relied on shadow accounting, untraceable flows, and complex shell structures that concealed misuse while penalizing transparency for decades. QFS runs in parallel, exposing inconsistencies in real time and enabling accountability on an unprecedented scale. Once illicit transactions are identified, those responsible can no longer shield themselves behind bureaucracy or delay tactics. The system itself becomes undeniable proof, forming the foundation for action, recovery, and enforcement. The era of invisible control is rapidly closing. This marks a turning point, a structural transformation intended to restore economic balance and human dignity. Implementation requires precision, validation, and time, but the objective is undeniable. To replace artificial scarcity with asset-backed stability, dismantle centralized control mechanisms, and create a pathway toward restitution and broad prosperity. The direction is intentional, and the outcome is rooted in fairness. Stay alert, demand transparency, and prepare for the transition from a system built on debt to one grounded in value. The Genius Act, Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, passed in 2025, establishes the first comprehensive federal regulatory framework for U.S. payment stablecoins. Effective by January 18, 2027, it mandates one-to-one reserves, strict AML/KYC compliance and limits issuance to authorized entities to enhance financial stability. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. K-Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars. Thursday, March 27. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just called out the media. These cameras have a choice. You either inform the American people of the truth or you are not. Here's a fact you don't hear on the networks that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we are destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into the Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons, bunker, ammo. Now we're destroying the weapons and you are righting that grievous wrong. Make no mistake, we had to act. Objectives clear. No nukes, no navy, complete dismantling of the missile program and defense industrial base. We're here to win and we are full speed ahead. Thursday, March 27, 2026. Fox News, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing and, despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media, and others, they are going very well. President Donald J. Trump. Friday, March 27, 2026. U.S. Special Forces raided multiple hidden underground facilities tied to Hillary Clinton in a coordinated White Hat operation overnight. What they found is beyond anything we could have imagined. Live adrenochrome harvesting labs with dozens of rescued victims. Video archives of satanic rituals featuring top elites and world leaders. Documents detailing clone politicians replacing real leaders for decades. And the big one, suppressed free energy tech and mind control devices designed to keep humanity enslaved forever. Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. What we think we know as of Saturday, March 28, 2026. Friday, March 27, 2026. Victory for parents. Supreme Court strikes down indoctrination. Parents have the right to opt out of LGBTQ+ propaganda in schools. Friday, March 27, 2026. Exposed. No more British control. Trump didn't blink. The new lines Britain can't stop. City of London cornered. Friday, March 27, 2026. Breaking alert, gas prices under attack. Trump signs emergency order to release cheaper E15 fuel immediately. And election fraud. Friday, March 27, 2026. The election fraud that's occurring in the United States is not only a massive national security threat, but it's also connected and happening in 100+ countries around the world, including places like South Korea, Canada, Australia, Brazil, Ecuador, the Philippines, Republic of Congo, and many more. This needs to be investigated by military intelligence because of this global election fraud cartel's resources, capabilities, and players involved, which leads to a massive criminal conspiracy that can topple and take control of countries around the world and install whatever regimes that they choose. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 27, 2020. White House gave order not to enforce fraud allegations happening all over the country. Shocker. The reason they didn't investigate any fraud is because they were all involved, stealing taxpayer dollars through front companies and NGOs. This is money laundering 101. Oh, government fraud. Friday, March 27, 2026. Minnesota Representative Kristen Knudsen says they just found out the state turned off tracking for money being sent overseas. They turned it on for 2 weeks. Saw all the money leaving, and Democrats quickly shut off tracking to allow it to keep happening. Today in the Fraud Committee, the Department of Human Services testified that they haven't been tracking the IP addresses of money that's being literally flown out of our state and where it's going. They did turn on that reporting for 2 weeks, and they found that yes, a lot of those IP addresses were tied to overseas computers, and then they quickly shut it off after just 2 weeks of seeing where this money is actually going. Every time we turn around, it's just more and more fraud scandals in our state. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing.
Donald Trump, from the tall one with Melania, is back at the Space Force base in Greenland, and we have an obvious fake in the White House. Now I put out photographs showing that this Trump we're seeing is shorter than the real one, the one who appeared at the NATO meeting. They've even trotted out an obviously fake Melania, but it's his actions and words that make it very clear that he is basically, according to the evidence I have, he's working for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, whoever is pretending to be Trump right now in the White House. Now, some evidence for this is that on July 2nd, President Macron of France, who is basically a spokesperson for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, had the first phone call with Vladimir Putin since 2022. And when he was asked, this was on July 2nd, when he was asked why they had this phone call now, he said it's because there's been a new regime in Washington. So he didn't do it in January when there was a new regime. He did it in July, okay? And this Trump, as we know, went against the complete wishes of the American people by attacking Iran. And I talked to the Russian FSB about the situation, and their analysis is quite interesting. But basically, what they're saying is that the new regime in the United States has made a complete shift to the Middle East. They've forgotten about their Asia pivot. They've announced they're no longer going to send weapons to Ukraine. And the Ukrainian authorities and the Russians are also saying most of those weapons weren't going to Ukraine anyway. They're going to the Middle East or Africa or whatever, So the arms bazaar is just going through Azerbaijan now, is what I'm hearing. And there is a new front being opened there. So what's happened is, according to the Russians, there's a huge move now, the biggest move by the remnants of the Western military-industrial complex, the NATO faction, is to try to stop the construction of new pipelines in Central Asia that would allow Europe to get cheaper gasoline and not get gasoline or oil from the companies controlled by the Rothschilds and the U.S. So this is a move to make sure Europe remains subservient and has to pay high prices for their gasoline. However, this shift to the Middle East has come at a huge cost, as Defense Intelligence Agency reports and other sources like Mossad sources confirm. Israel suffered a massive defeat, and I'm now getting evidence that Israel is going to cease to exist. There was an announcement in Israel that they were going to annex the West Bank. Okay, for a lot of people say, "Oh no, well that's horrible." But if they formally annex it, that means all the Palestinians there will become Israeli or Judea citizens and have voting rights and stuff. So it would be, in essence, a move to create a multi-ethnic state of Judea, which is what's happening. Now, getting back to the United States, another sign that Rothschild has reasserted control is that they're passing this big, beautiful bill, which is essentially a massive bribery bill that uses debt or debt slavery to tax the American people and pay the ultra wealthy. That's what it really boils down to, because right now the United States is paying more on interest than they're paying for their defense budget. This is paying money to unelected bankers who who created debt out of nothing. Literally, it is debt slavery. So the United States is paying more. The American people are paying more to these bankers for money created out of nothing than they're paying for their own defense. And this is not going to end very well. The BRICS, who now control way more of the world economy by far than the G7, have decided to start up their own future planning agency. Unfortunately, the West has not yet gotten behind that ball. However, there are signs of big change, and this recent Rothschild power grab in the U.S. is not going to end well for various reasons. For one thing, I noticed that Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney in Canada, there are signs that he is taking control of the Bank of Canada back to the Canadian people, because they're announcing mega projects like they're going to build huge pipelines so they can send their oil to Asia and not be dependent on just the U.S. And the other sign is they're carrying out massive housing construction. In other words, mega projects that aren't funded by debt or taxes. So it's a sign that change is happening. And also we noticed that in the UK that the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer is facing a revolt, and my sources tell me he won't last past the summer. So that's a good sign. So Macron is losing. He's going to lose Canada and the UK, and then in France, of course. But the fact is that their economy is going down the drain, and I don't think they're going to be able to do much about it. Now, the other thing, of course, that we need to address is this whole Epstein business, because Elon Musk is once again calling for the Epstein files to be released after this big, beautiful debt slavery bill was passed, and this comes as there's an attempt to whitewash the P. Diddy trial and the Epstein trial. Now it turns out that the prosecutors in both those cases is the daughter of former FBI chief Comey, and even though they're whitewashing, if you watch this clip here from a Texas lawyer, you'll see what I mean.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
What this is a sign of is that no matter how much they try to cover it up from the top, there's all this pressure, all these different lawsuits and whistleblowers coming out. There's no way they're going to be able to keep their whole pedophile blackmail thing going much longer. And the other big thing that's happened is it looks very much like Japan has declared independence from the Zionists or the Khazarian mafia. In this clip here, you can see former Prime Minister Hatoyama talking about removing all U.S. military bases from Japan. And no politician in the past would have gotten away with saying that, but he did, and it is happening. The American military tell me that from a military point of view, they shouldn't be in Japan. It's not a tenable position. They'd rather have bases further away from the Chinese mainland that they could defend from Chinese missiles in the case of a real war. But the Russians tell me in any case the Americans have evacuated a lot of their navy and all their anti-aircraft weapons from Japan and Taiwan, and they wasted them in this failed war against Iran. So basically China can now do whatever they want in East Asia, and I don't, and fortunately they're working with the U.S. military white hats, and it's not going to be such a bad situation. But the real problem remains the United States, where you still have blackmailed and bribed pedophiles in charge, working for Israel and not for the United States, and we have an obviously fake Trump in power now. So this is where the struggle is going to be. There are a lot of military white hats who are aware of this, and there is a kind of a revolt in the U.S. military. It's becoming fragmented. U.S. Central Command managed to work with the Rothschilds for the big power grab and push this big war against Iran, but it blew up in their faces. Now, another thing that's come up, which I thought was very interesting, is that the whole justification for this attack on Iran came from a software called Mosaic that was used by the International Atomic Energy Association that ran a simulation that proved that Iran was making nuclear weapons. In other words, they didn't actually go there. They just ran a computer simulation to create an excuse. And this Mosaic is owned by Palantir. That's right. Peter Thiel's company that's, now getting, data on all Americans to enforce kind of a system of modern tech slavery. So, all these dots are connecting. We're seeing these oligarchs, doubling up, trying very hard to maintain control, arrest people, bribe people. But the drain is, they're circling the drain. They don't control real world economics. This has been made very obvious with the Trump tariffs. They've tried to suppress the news, but the fact is that thanks to the tariffs, the U.S. trade deficit has increased because a lot of people have decided to stop buying American stuff. So, and the revenue from the tariffs is not anywhere near what is needed to pay for the U.S. Deficit. So, again, I repeat, the Dragon family has an offer on the table with an initial $100 trillion tranche of money to help rebuild the U.S. economy. And this is not debt, okay? You don't have to pay it back. It's credit. It means you get it, you spend it on bridges and roads and schools and infrastructure and whatever else you want, and you don't have to pay it back. Whereas the big, beautiful bill is just, as Ron Paul says, it's an inflation tax on Americans because they create this money out of nowhere. They give it to their military contractors and their bribed politicians. And where does that money come from? At the end of the day, it's taken from the average American people. So it is a debt slavery bill. I don't think this is going to last long, but we're definitely in a major counter-offensive by the cabal, and it is centered around Jean-Michel de Rothschild. He's a person of interest. Obviously, there are other people who are involved are Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. I mean, it's about, they're basically Nazis. And people who understand the real history know that the Nazis are a subdivision of the Chabad Lubavitch cult that wants to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. I mean, Hitler himself in Mein Kampf, 90% of the world, and it's in his plan. So these people are still fighting, and they're fighting for their lives. Let's face it. The EU just had a parliamentary vote, or they're about to oust von der Leyen over obvious corruption. It's probably going to continue throughout the summer because everyone else is on holiday, but I just don't see it ending well in any way for that, and I just don't see Jean-Michel Rothschild staying in power much longer because there is a huge majority of people who are completely aware of the criminal nature of the governments in the West, and this is especially true in the military. And it is happening on many levels, on grassroots levels, and it's happening in Israel as the Israeli people, wake up to the fact that they just suffered another Holocaust thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, the reports are it could be as many as 500,000 Israelis dead due to the Iranian attacks. That would be out of 7 million, that's 1 out of 14 people. That's huge, and that's some. And they've run out of weapons. They've run out of missiles, and they're trying to up the ante by bribing Turkish President Recep Erdogan with promises of an expanded empire, Ottoman Empire in Azerbaijan, and trying to get some sort of Russian-Turkish thing going on there. So the Russians are on the case, and I think Erdogan is smart enough to understand that he would lose any war with Russia, and it would be very stupid to work for the Israelis and the Zionists, because his own people will not put up with it, despite talks about, they can go ahead and expand their Ottoman Empire, but they don't have to do it by working for Satanists. They can do it, more peacefully in a friendly manner with Russia. So again, it is looking pretty grim right now overall, but I look at this as a sort of a battle of the Bulge offensive by the Khazarian mafia, and the numbers mean they're going to lose. Let's just think about it. In Western Europe, they could not hold out against Russia for more than 2-3 weeks maximum. And even though they had their fake Trump at the NATO meeting saying that the United States would fight to defend Western Europe, they physically cannot. Okay, they just, even if they wanted to, they would not be able to ship enough weapons and tanks across the Atlantic, especially with Russian submarines and missiles sinking ships, to get even if they, fly troops over to fight the Russians, they wouldn't have weapons for them. So they cannot defend Western Europe. The Russians, I think they're too cautious. They keep telling me they're just letting it implode by itself because they don't want to, give anybody an excuse to start nuclear war. Okay, but I think that, they could just order government change in France and Germany at this point without having to actually carry out warfare. But again, we're watching an end game. There can be no doubt about it, and this is not going to end well. But I repeat, many countries, Canada, now soon the UK, Japan, they are leaving the Khazarian fold, which means we're really down to a small rump of bribed and blackmailed politicians in Germany, France, UK, to lesser, and the US, and they're losing Israel as well. So, it's a bit depressing to see them make this big push, but at the same time, they have lost. It's mathematically certain. They don't have the troops, they don't have the money, they don't have any control over real economy. And the other thing, of course, is now Elon Musk is against them, which means that a large portion of the U.S. military-industrial complex, the National Reconnaissance Organization, all those high-tech people have turned against the fake regime now in Washington, D.C., and we do expect the real Donald Trump will return, but my own sources in the U.S. Space Force say they're just letting them, giving them enough rope to hang themselves, and that's why they're not taking action now. So we'll see. But that's sort of the situation. We're in the midst of an offensive that will fail, but in the meantime, DC, they're still trying to cover up the pedophiles. They're still trying to continue their debt slavery system, and they're still trying to start World War III. But I know that sane minds in the military-industrial complex are not going to let them do that, and I'm hoping that they will wake up to the fact that this Dragon family offers offers a way out of debt slavery without a catastrophic collapse of the U.S. economy. So they need to take this seriously because it's real. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is it possible the fake Trump being seen over in Europe and on the news is a security body double being used by the real Trump? Is it possible that the real Trump does have his own body doubles that he uses, just like the fake Trumps?
The real Trump does have body doubles that he uses for high-risk occasions. This is sure. But if you look at past statements from the real Trump about Iran, for example, he repeatedly tweeted that, Obama was trying to start a war with Iran and we should never do that. And to see this one, promoting war with Iran against the will of the military shows that the one that appeared at the NATO meeting and promoted the attack on Iran was not an avatar for the real Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. About South Korea, the Zionist candidate Kim Moon-soo, a close friend of Jung Kwang-hun, a mentally insane Protestant leader, was defeated recently. The American military commander in South Korea endorsed him. Does this kind of explain that the U.S. military force in South Korea is a Zionist entity?
Oh yeah, I mean, South Korea was always been a U.S. military colony, but the fact that South Korea, Japan, Australia, all these countries refused to go to the NATO meeting is a sign that something has clicked here, and I believe the U.S. military in East Asia is not on the same page as the Central Command. They're very upset that their power has been wasted on this Iran campaign, but they understand that they're going to have to, come to a new arrangement in East Asia, and this will be one that will allow the United States to continue to have a role in the region, but in a more sane and friendly manner. So instead of constant warmongering, it'd be more, nation building. But I understand that North Korea and South Korea will now once again move towards merging into a, reunifying, and I don't think the U.S. will stop that, even if they want to. But yeah, I mean, the government in South Korea is presiding over the biggest population drop in that nation's history, and it's not working for the Korean people. When they have the lowest birth rate on earth, and when a woman does not feel safe having children, that shows there's something wrong with society. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this briefly already, but do you think the big, beautiful bill will end up being rescinded when the real Trump gets back in office? And regardless of that, what do you think this means for everyday average Americans?
For everyday average Americans, it means more inflation and more debt, and it'll mean an increase in wealth of the top 0.1% and a decrease in the wealth of the 99%. And I think the real Trump will agree to the Dragon family plan, which would mean a complete, a jubilee, cancellation of all debt, public and private, and then infusion of huge amounts of money that's not debt money, to rebuild America and really make it great again. And I think that's what the real Trump will support, because we all want to make America great again. The whole world does. It's like watching a good friend, suffering a mental breakdown and become homeless, and then nobody wants that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What about all the ICE deportations? Is this the real Trump or the fake Trump behind this?
The real Trump, did take big action against criminals, and a lot of known criminals were deported, and the result has been a huge drop in the crime rate across the U.S. But recently, I'm getting reports of deportations of useful people, like farm workers and dishwashers and stuff like that, and that's a sign that, again, something has clicked, something has changed. The use of paid mercenaries to start riots across the U.S. and then an attempt to use that as an excuse to have military onto the streets of U.S. cities. Everyone pointed out that these rioters were getting money from Soros and those people, and that trail leads to Rothschild. So suddenly they had to scale back that campaign. But for the first few months, the real Trump did a great job and helped reduce the U.S. crime rate by deporting known criminals, and that's a good thing. Okay, well, I guess that's it for this week. I hope to see you again next week. And, despite everything, the United States is a great country, and we all wish you a happy 4th of July, and we'll all fight to make sure you really do become an independent nation again, because the world needs America back. Okay, well, thanks. Hope to see you next week.
Leo, the Lion, Zagami back, and he's bringing it. We've got a very good show for you today. The Vatican is warning of the rise of occult and satanic threats that are coming to America. So, Leo, thanks for coming back on again.
Thank you for having me on. And yes, the warning, of course, is for America, but also for the rest of the world. Of course, here in America, though, we had a very big increase in the number of practicing exorcists in the last few years, which is a bad sign, especially due to what I had envisioned already. You leave people in front of cyber Satan for too long. That's not a good place to be. Now, it's important to understand that in the month of May, the Vatican will gather an international group of exorcists in Rome. And this year, in fact, the topic is mostly focused on the AI and how the AI is aiding Satanists. And that, as you know, is a topic that I have touched with a few of my books, volume 6.66, volume 7, and volume 9. In particular, volume 6.66 is relevant for today because in this book, I discuss the specifics of the rite of exorcism, of course, the one practiced by the Catholic Church, which in the Christian world is the more relevant, the Romanorum rite, which basically has been with us for over 4 centuries. And then you have for each, religion their own way of exorcising the devil. But in fact, this year, for the first time, the Vatican is also opening their doors to non-Catholics and non-Christians alike who want to join in the battle against Satan. And on the 13th of March, he guested a few representatives of the International Association of Exorcists. So it's been maybe an important move. However, I am a bit disappointed that the Pope decided to dedicate to this such an important subject only half an hour. I mean, these people arrive from all over the world. You expect them at least, to spend with the Pope a few hours. However, it seems to me that there is some kind of contradiction here from the, the materialistic economic side of the Vatican, which, by the way, I've talked about in my latest article on leozagami.com, which you can go and check out, because he just appointed a former executive director from the Edmund de Rothschild private banking group to be in charge of the Vatican Bank. Now, this guy was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein through Ariane de Rothschild, who, of course, was married with Edmund de Rothschild and then took on the whole of the group and later involved also Jeffrey Epstein because she wasn't that great in doing this business. Let me explain. There is 2 different factions of the Rothschilds. There is the French and English faction, and then there is the French and Swiss faction, which is this one. And this guy, François Pauli, is now the new head of the Vatican Bank. And because he was involved with Epstein, it seems a little bit weird, to say the least, that you have a guy like that now in charge of the Vatican Bank. But to me, I think there is definitely a paradox here because, of course, when you're talking about money, you're talking about something that is directly connected with the devil. Remember the interview that Steve Bannon made with Epstein? At the end of the interview, he said, "Are you the devil?" Because he was so good with his, business side of things that the guy was wondering if he was actually the devil himself. And he had all the characteristics. So it's like the Vatican is divided between 2 factions. The faction of your ordinary priest, your parish priest, who wants to fight the demonic, which is rising. And of course, this International Association of Exorcists went to the Pope with a specific message, because you have to understand that with the arrival of the internet, the satanic sects have been able to recruit a lot more members. And groups like, for example, the Ordo Templi Orientis of Aleister Crowley, or the Temple of Set of Michael Aquino, or many other New Age-oriented sects of more recent. But the exorcists are warning, of course, the Pope that there needs to be at least one or more exorcists for each diocese, because the increase in demand has been astonishing, Michael. And actually, when I say Michael, I say a name which is very dear to the exorcist. The Archangel Michael is, of course, very important. Now, when I was emailing with your wife, she told me she was interested in knowing also regarding the fact that, you know, the exorcists make a point when they exorcise to get the real name of the demon they're fighting. Because maybe people don't know that, but, and this is going to probably shock them, but in medieval times, they went even to as far as calculating how many demons were roaming the earth. And if you want to give you an exact number, that I have to get my glasses here, because unfortunately at 56, I need my glasses. And we're talking about millions of demons roaming the earth. Okay, so here we are. It will be here. Now, they calculated that there were at least 13 million 306,668 demons who are loose around the planet. This was at least what they calculated in medieval times. There was also the fact, this is also very important. The demons have their own principalities, their own soldiers. It's a legion, no? We are many because we are legion. Yeah. And there is a hierarchy. Now, Beelzebub, which is one of the main demons, under Lucifer, under Satan, he has 6,666, of course, demons working for him. This is also part of the calculations that were done. Now, regardless of those people who might think this is a matter of laughter when you hear such things, this topic is very serious, and is very serious for people who are believers and also for people who are non-believers, because the biggest trick the devil ever played on us is to let us believe it doesn't exist, as we all know. This is a famous saying. Now, these representatives of the International Association of Exorcists that went to visit Pope Leo on March 13th at the Vatican Apostolic Palace had this half-an-hour meeting in which they explained how even in the seminaries of the Catholic Church, there is, of course, a lot of demons. And now, when you get consecrated to become a priest, in a minor, you can actually participate to minor exorcism only. Okay? Only a very few chosen priests get to become exorcists. You have to have a preparation in theology, but you also have to have a preparation in psychology, because you have to dismiss those cases where obviously the person is not, is insane. I mean, it's simply contact working upon, the affected. My own personal experience with exorcism has been very vast, and it's been direct because I participated to exorcism.
Wow. I
was exorcised myself. I went and participated to exorcism in the Middle East, in mountains, in Italy, in monasteries, in places, and I had all kinds of experiences. So, if you want, after we can, I can give you some just some personal experiences of mine for your audience.
Is it anything like we saw in The Exorcist?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. I remember once, and this is it's quite incredible because they couldn't find a proper group of exorcists to actually quiet down this guy who was obviously possessed. He was from Africa. He was obviously in Africa we have voodoo, the roots of voodoo. It's filled with animist religions, and so they couldn't get an exorcist, and so they said, "Okay, will you provide us with an exorcism?" And so I went into the room, and the guy was literally coming off his bed. I mean, it was rather incredible.
Wow.
And in that case, of course, I use not only the prayers, but I also use a holy relic, which I always carry on with me. I have it even now in the other room. It's a piece of the bandage of Padre Pio, which is considered the saint of the Catholic Church, which is also, though, a guy who was, when he was a monk, during his life, with the stigma, he was also an exorcist. I mean, he was somebody who was fighting the devil. So the fact that you are able to also use holy relics aside from the prayers is almost like, when you go into the battle with somebody, you might have a knife, or you might have a gun, or you might have a machine gun. Now, the incredible thing that happened with the Catholic Church is that, as you know, and we have discussed it many times here on the show, in the past, the Catholic Church, unfortunately, after the Second Vatican Council, which happened in the first half of the 1960s, gave birth to a church which was increasingly progressive. I talked about it, especially in Volume 12 of my Confessions, the last installment of my Confessions that, as you know, talks about the Jesuits. I talked about the Jesuits' takeover of the church, of a church which was no longer traditional, which was abandoning the traditional Latin Mass for this Novo Ordo Missa, which was basically abandoning their traditions and facilitating this way the satanic infiltration. In fact, it's not a coincidence that the Second Vatican Council ends up in December 1965, and then you have 1966, considered year zero of Satanism. And that is also the year in which that the Sabbatean Frankist of Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan. Now, from my own personal experience, I noticed that when, at the end of the 90s, the Vatican in 1999 tried to impose a new form of exorcism, there was generally a rebellion from the base of exorcists, which actually, paradoxically, led to the creation of this International Association of Exorcists, because then there was a guy called Father Amort, which is the guy which inspired also that movie. It is not The Exorcist. The Exorcist is another movie, and it's the first of its kind. The Exorcist is a movie which I explain also in my books, was worked out in Hollywood also with the direct support of the Jesuits. So there was a lot of know-how in the way that that movie portrayed the whole thing. Then you have other movies of importance and relevance, like The Rite, for example, that came out in 2011, which is based on a book, The Rite, The Making of a Modern Exorcist, which is also based on real stories. And in fact, there is also a link there to a Welsh Jesuit named Father Lucas. And so it's obvious that in the the Exorcist and what they do, the Exorcists are always sought after by Hollywood, because what they do is very spectacular at times and very scary, to say the least. I remember when a few years ago, the film director of The Exorcist, in fact, did a documentary about Father Amorth filming the real exorcism, and it was pretty scary to actually, have the real exorcist, portrayed rather than the fictional ones.
Yeah.
Because what happens with Satan is that he can get into your body through you opening up to the occult, but also in an innocent way, through the Ouija board, through certain video games, through certain books on the occult that maybe shouldn't be read, and people playing around with the things they don't really know about.
Yeah,
and
I've even heard some people have said that they actually, when they make these movies, sometimes they cast spells in the movies that will, when you watch the movie, will come off if you're not strong, if you're weak or whatever, and you're like easily, influenced, because a lot of people really get scared by these movies, and I think that opens you up. But they actually put spells in the movies, some of these movies like The Exorcist. That's why people would like have go crazy in the movies, in that movie especially. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that, lately when you go to the cinema, you are bombarded because, I went to the cinema and saw a couple of movies in the last 2 months. And all I could see in the trailers that were before the movie I chose, which was maybe a more tranquil movie compared to the others, but all the movies, they were all horror movies with evident occult symbolism. So it's almost like today, Hollywood produces much more than what happened with The Exorcist. At the time of The Exorcist, yes, you had a few movies around. You had, of course, before The Exorcist, you had Rosemary's Baby, which was a turning point also for a lot of people that understood about sectarian activities, the fact they were impregnating a woman to bear the child of the devil became a very important and shocking novelty at the time. But today you have almost 20 or 30 movies a month that talk about a variety of occult subjects, branding them as horror. So the actual movie, The Exorcist
family, Rosemary's Baby, bring that up. She wore that red dress with the white lace at the top. So you had Princess Diana and you had Princess Kate. Both of them wore that dress with their children. It's like, wow, there's like just bringing that in everywhere.
But definitely it brought a certain fashion. No? the devil wears Prada, they say. Now there is a comeback. Number 2. Okay, going back to The Devil and Father Amorth, which was this 2017 documentary, which I suggest you go and check out, by William Friedkin, which was the guy who made The Exorcist. He really brought this. I remember myself when I used to work with this TV station under the Vatican. There was one of my cameramen called Gianluca Tacchia, which is actually, a friend since I was very young, because I started, as you know, with working with the Catholic TV and radio, and my mother was collaborating with the Vatican radio and TV. So I was in that kind of environment. But I remember one day, Gianluca came back from filming Father Amorth doing an exorcist. We're talking about the 1980s here, so nobody has seen that kind of thing. on. He literally escaped, came to me and was like shocked. He was like, Leo, you will not believe what I saw. It was like, I couldn't stay there. I couldn't film that. I just left. And I was like, wow. Yeah. So just to give you an example. Now, Russell Crowe participated in a movie, as you know, in 2023, which is called The Pope's Exorcist. And that is actually based on Father Amort, which I explain in this book, was the guy who opposed this situation of editing and diminishing the power of the exorcism. Because after having changed the various rituals of the Catholic Church based on this Second Vatican Council, the last thing they did in 1999 was to attack the rite of exorcism. And in my book, I explain all the revisions. So explaining the 99 exorcism revision to the layman. And I'm very accurate in this explanation, because I wanted to make people understand this act of sabotage. Because at one point, Father Amor said, well, what are you giving us here? Because we are not going to be able to fight Satan with this kind of ritual. We want to go back to the 1614 ritual.
Wow.
And that eventually what happened. Now, the Pope just received this group of people who follow into the footsteps of Father Amort, and who will meet up once again, like I said, in the month of May of this year to discuss and to prepare, because every year usually in the month of May, they meet up in Rome, around 170, 200 exorcists, to discuss what is happening, to prepare, and maybe amongst them there can be also some laymen or some Christian pastors from other denominations who maybe will also like to join the battle by using those rituals which are in use in the Catholic Church. Now, like I stated earlier, this year, in an unprecedented move, this group of exorcists will actually guest Jewish rabbis, Islamic imam. So it will not be as, the way you fight Satan and his legion in the Islamic religion is completely different from the Catholic. And the Catholic way of exorcising is itself different from maybe the Coptic or Orthodox way. I was able to assist in the Middle East to Madame Fula's exorcism, Madame Fula, and I participated, and I was myself exorcised by her. Madame Fula, regarded by the Coptic Church in Cairo at the time, I'm talking about 2003, as the number one exorcist, was able to do two kinds of exorcism. A minor exorcism, which would be if she saw that you didn't have great problems, okay, that you were not completely possessed by a powerful demon, she will simply measure you and recite a prayer, and then they will fold this measurement done with a piece of cloth will be then folded around the prayer. So that is pretty simple. Then you will have those people, like in that case, it was me, who had received a very powerful curse at the time from a black magician. And so he had launched against me something like 123 demons, I don't know, some big number of demons and so on. I think even more. And so she exercised, and I explained that also, by with dropping liquid lead in a pan of cold water that captures your demon.
Wow.
Now, it's pretty scary because liquid lead, if it ends up on you, you can imagine, especially on you. So it is a, I mean, when she told me, she decided who she wanted to bring, and it was a kitchen in Cairo. But people were queuing all the way down to the road.
Wow.
Come to this old lady and the daughter. I remember the daughter had a T-shirt, Army of Jesus. I said, wow. You seem like in America, in English. So we were in the days in which the situation was pretty unstable in Iraq. They had just blown up a base of Italian Carabinieri in Nasiriyah. So it was like the Middle East was pretty tense at the time. But I saw that even if she was Greek and she was working for the local Coptic church, there were Muslims there that will accept the exorcism from this Christian woman. So it was kind of interesting to see that sometimes evil makes us cross all boundaries in a way, you know? Like I stated in regards to the convention that will be held this year in the middle of May in Rome. So the lead was, first she did some purification, cleansing, and then after reciting a few prayers, she put the span on top of my head and she poured the lead. It was incredible what happened after, because literally a demon came in the lead with the horns and it was captured. The image of the demon was in one of, and it was, like I said, hundreds of demons with a big demon.
Wow.
And the image of the demon actually because of course liquid lead in water, and it gets immediately very hard. And at that point, she said, we captured him. And I was pretty impressed by this technique, because I had 10 years earlier another exorcism by a Franciscan monk in an Italian monastery. And that, of course, was conducted following the criteria of reciting the prayers from the Romanorum Rite of 1614, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, you are, liberated from these demons through the power of prayer, of course. In this case, the power of prayer had also some kind of practical element added to it. Now, I don't know how practical would it be if you had somebody spinning with their head like Linda Blair in The Exorcist and put the finger, because probably that would be a little bit. But another interesting exorcism which I was subject to, because you have to understand, I'm an exorcist because I got trained by other exorcists, but at the same time, because I fought these magical wars within the so-called Illuminati, as I explain in my books, at times I was subject to some really big doses of black magic, which in that case needed some proper exorcism. So I was sent to the city of Konya. And in the city of Konya, there was this exorcist which conducted an Islamic ritual of exorcism. So I also was able to see how they operate. Now, they consider the demons, the jinn or the ifrit, creatures of fire. So they need to freeze them in order to exorcise them from you. They recite prayers out of the Quran, around your head, and then they manage to detect how many of these demons, these genies, these ifrit are present. And then they eventually exorcise them. So that was in the city of Konya, which is the city where you have the tomb of Jalaluddin Rumi, the great Sufi. Oh. And it's in Turkey.
Yep.
It's a beautiful place.
Absolutely.
And I was brought to have this purification, let's say, ritual. It was an exorcism, of course, and it was an interesting experience because they had recognized that at the time I was under attack. I had just started 20 years ago with my Illuminati confessions online, and as soon as I started, they, of course, cursed me left, right, and center.
Oh, well, yeah. Wow.
As you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think I still have around here the actual picture, the photo I made of the exorcist. If you want, I can go and pick it up for you.
Yeah.
So, let me see if I can manage to pick it up.
Wow, fascinating subject from somebody that's actually been to exorcisms and has been exercised as well. Wow.
Yeah, in various traditions also, because like I said, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not only one tradition.
Who has the best tradition for exorcisms?
This was my exorcist in Konya at the time. I don't know if he's still alive. Probably not. I mean, he was pretty old at the time. This is actually during the exorcism.
Wow.
He was reciting the prayer. As you know, I wrote a book on Islam and the eternal conflict in the Middle East, which is volume 10 of my confessions, in which I also talk a bit about my experiences in the Middle East. And I think this book is definitely relevant for what we are living today in the Middle East. So I highly advise you check it out, volume 10 of my confessions. Like I said, it's of course not a joke to approach the occult, and every now and then you can get attacked. So of course, as I have been an insider in this kind of groups and magical wars were fought all the time, then you have to cleanse yourself with an exorcism. I mean, you can cleanse yourself, of course, if it's a minor demonic attack with prayers, with going to church, with some holy water and so on. But when you have a demon which is residing in you, then you really need an exorcism. Now, you have to understand, I mean, there is a difference, evocation and invocation. Evocation, you evoke the demon outside. Invocation, you actually end up having the demon inside. So we are now living in a situation in our society in which, like Father Ripperger, I mean, I'm sure you heard about him. He's been very much on the news lately. Father Ripperger is probably currently America's #1 exorcist.
Yep.
And he himself has said, though, that he feels that it's not the devil to blame for this trend, but rather us, the humans, who are unfortunately playing with things we shouldn't play, and we are not taking seriously maybe this subject. So for Father Chad Ripperger, the blame lies primarily with people themselves. And it's not about the fact that there is more demons roaming the earth, but it's the fact that we are opening up to them more than we used to. So I think that is an interesting thing he said lately in an interview, because the demons are empowered more and more by people who commit evil deeds, but also people who are not aware of the evil they are committing, or are simply not aware of the fact that they are letting Satan in by doing things that are highly moral and dangerous for your own soul. Now, we have noticed that, you see, fortunately, people today don't seem to believe their actions have consequences in this sense. So at that point, it becomes very easy for Satan to come into their life when you don't believe in Satan. Like I stated at the beginning of the show, then, So according to these exorcists who went to visit the Pope, there is though also a blame in the spread of esotericism and the occultism. Now, how this spread happens, it happens like we stated earlier. It can happen even simply playing with the Ouija board, no? Like we see also in the film The Exorcist. It's a great point of entry for the demons once you start playing with divination. So tarots, also tarot cards can become also a point of entry. And of course, today we have an obsession with these various sects and practices that eventually will turn out to be dangerous. Now, apparently, during the meeting that there was at the Vatican on March 13th, Pope Leo publicly appreciated the past work of Father Gabriele Amort, the one we mentioned earlier.
Oh, great.
And because he founded, like we stated, and like I stated in this book, the International Association of Exorcists back in 1994. And when in 1999, which is, by the way, also the year that great exorcist Father Malachi Martin died, I don't know if you know a little bit about Malachi Martin, about his mission, about what he was. I mean, he was basically a former Jesuit, or at least a Jesuit who was no longer an active Jesuit, who came to America, became rather known also in alternative media circles, even with Coast to Coast and people like George Nori and others, publicizing what he was doing, because he was writing some books that were actually essays and others that were fictional but based on truth. He had been the secretary of Cardinal Bea, who was a Jesuit cardinal of relevance during the Second Vatican Council, but actually, after probably participating in the Second Vatican Council and apparently even being witness to some satanic activities that led to a black mass inside the Vatican, wow. He said, okay, I'm leaving. And he went on the other side of the pond to live here in the United States of America, where he became also a very known exorcist. And unfortunately, though, in the last day of his life, he was fighting a case of exorcism that was pretty difficult. And then suddenly, and he died when he went back home, something happened that is still to this day not fully explained. The strange thing is that in 1999, that was the year in which the Vatican also decided to reform the rite of exorcism. And that is what happened with then Father Amor saying, we don't want, basically a gun with no bullets. You're giving us a way of fighting the devil which is not working. We need to go back to the old traditional way. In fact, he was able to impose on his exorcist the use of the traditional Roman ritual.
Now, usually the exorcism are performed by someone that wants them. Do do priests that are trained in the exorcisms, if they know someone is possessed, can they do ritual against someone that is possessed without them being aware of it? Is that something that's done?
There has been cases in which you can deliver prayers, but those are minor exorcisms. If you are talking about a full-on case of possession, there will not be that kind of approach because it will be obvious to everybody that the person is possessed, and so it needs to be exorcised. Now, we could, of course, force an exorcism on a person who is evidently possessed and out of his mind. In the case when I, for example, delivered that exorcism to that African guy who was literally from Africa and didn't know how to talk Italian, didn't know how to talk, hardly knew how to talk English. But I had to deliver it, of course, in a language also that was close to him. So English, in that case, I did it half in English, half in Latin. So it was a pretty serious affair. It wasn't and that is, of course, an experience which I still held, inside me. Because then there is other forms of exorcism, minor exorcism, or at least exorcism that are not so. There was this guy who was a member of the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Italy, or Piazza del Gesù, who called me and said, Leo, since I joined the Supreme Council, he was the archivist of the Grand Orient of Italy. And, we were chatting one day. He was giving me some of his publications and stuff. And then he said, Leo, I have to tell you that I'm dying of a brain tumor. Since I joined the Supreme Council, I started to be affected more and more physically. And now I've been detected with a brain tumor. So I don't have much left. I would like you and an exorcist to come to my home and deliver me from this evil, because definitely he said there must be somebody within the Supreme Council which has affected me with this evil. So I called my friend Fortunato Luciano Chandra, who is an official recognized Knight of the Vatican, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, Knight of St. Sylvester Pope. I mean, he's like very high up in all these knighthood orders, and he knows the rituals by heart. I mean, I went there with my little booklet, reading in Latin the thing. He knew it by heart. So for me, it was kind of very impressive to see an exorcist like him, because I tell you, often even the Catholic priest that I saw read on the books, they don't know it by heart. This guy knew the Latin ritual by heart. It was amazing. In any case, we conduct the whole ritual, and it was very touching. It was done in a very beautiful way. There wasn't, like in the case of that African guy, he was like lifting off bed, and it was demonic. It was completely demonic.
Incredible.
In this case, no. It was simply a guy who wanted to cleanse himself from this demonic element. Now, you have also, I've witnessed in the Jewish ghetto in Rome, Jewish exorcism. Jewish exorcisms are also different. They have developed complex ways for, of course, getting rid of evil spirits. The interesting element in the Jewish exorcism is that they exercise what they call the dibuk, which is basically, in their concept, we're talking here not about a fallen angel, but rather a malicious possessing spirit that That is their concept of a demon that can possess you in the majority of cases. So where you have the jinn, the ifrit in the Islamic tradition, which can be deemed as simply fallen angels because in fact they are parallel. It's with the Jewish tradition is a little bit different. Though we have, for example, I think in the New Testament, the devil is referred 52 times. In the Old Testament, we have a number of demons, including Baal, which have a very relevant anti-God role. Baal is the one, which like Moloch, it's like basically Moloch. The two are interchangeable and more or less parallel. And of course, people sacrifice children to guarantee themselves fertility rights during these fertility rights. However, Baal appeared also in the Epstein files, not linked to anything demonic, but apparently to a bank account, which was... But still, if we go back to what I said earlier, the devil is really the guy who is in charge of the money. So, maybe Baal had something to do with it. Now, some people said there was a misunderstanding of sorts, but clearly the name Baal appears in this email that was released with the Epstein files. And Baal became the protagonist of Iran's anniversary of the Iranian Revolution, because they built this big Baal effigy and burned it with the flag of Israel and America, and they accused the Western world, of course, of doing a war against them on behalf of the devil and Jeffrey Epstein, who was a worshipper of Baal. Now, if we have to be honest, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was a worshipper of Baal because he was a pedophile, and what he was doing was monstrous, and we don't know still the entirety of it. I mean, we are still searching for bodies in Zorro Ranch, and who knows if they're going to let us find them. But in any case, during the February 2026 rallies that marked the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, and we were, about to start then this war, which unfortunately is ongoing, they were referring very clearly to Baal, and they adorned Baal with symbols of Israel, photos of Trump, and of course, they chanted death to Israel. Now, Iran is a very particular place because Iran apparently has fought Satanism in the last few years. Imagine that there was in 2024, Iran arrested 250 people for Satanism. A satanic network that was caught with symbols of Satan and all the rest within Iran. They were arrested, they even confiscated their cars, they confiscated everything, but apparently it was a big deal, and it came out, the Iranian police announced it, that they arrested 146 men and 115 women who were in an undesirable and obscene condition with emblems, signs, and symbols of Satanism. This is, like I said, in Iran. At the same time, Iran has been claiming, even their official state media, that, of course, there is in act what they define as Zionist sorcery. Now, if we go back to my latest book on Jeffrey Epstein, as you know, I explain the various branches of Zionism, the relationship ultimately with the Sabbatean Frankists, and the Sabbatean Frankists are now being increasingly discussed in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm glad that I was the first one to write this book to expose such connection, because it's a very important connection. Official commentary about what they defined as the work of occult sciences that was moved by the Zionists. So we're talking about people who are very into that kind of thing. The Mer news agency reported at one point in, I think at the beginning of this month, that the confrontation with Israel, and so with America, extends beyond military, cyber, and diplomatic and cognitive fronts. And that's why they called it, again, a war of occult sciences. And the rhetoric that they are pushing is that the enemy is not simply human, but that these are humans who are mixed with genies. Now, what does that mean for the ordinary folk who has never heard about genies, who have never heard about Islamic beliefs, and so it's a bit confusing. Now, the jinn, it's a very particular thing, because a little bit like the angels, you have the angels who are fallen and the one who are not fallen. In the case of the Quran, there is jinns who actually converted to Islam. And in fact, if you go to Mecca, there is actually an entire an entire area dedicated to the jinn. And you are forbidden to enter this area. So it's kind of rather interesting that they actually claim that this area is, this mosque dedicated to the jinn can't be, frequented by humans. And I know of a human who actually attempted to go and pray there. And I tell you, by their own personal witness to what happened, after a few minutes of them, bowing down and doing the prayers, an invisible force patted them like this on the shoulder.
Wow.
And then told them, this is not place for human. Go back to your mosque. This is like our own mosque. So then you have, of course, the genies and the ifrit who are demonic, who are satanic, who are tempting, who are working for Shaitan. Not Satan, but Shaitan is Satan. Huh? And so the fact that they describe Iran's enemies as both jinn and human is because at one point it came out many years ago. I'm talking about 20 years ago, actually. When I started my Illuminati confession, this news came in that the leader of this important Islamic group, which actually resides here in Pennsylvania, Fethullah Gulen, who works for the CIA, and in fact is protected by the CIA, even after their own, because he has an immense and powerful Turkish cult operating worldwide, of Sunni Muslims, and he's part of the chain of 40, of the golden chain. It's a whole thing, descendants of the prophet, and blah, blah, blah. In any case, this guy said that the CIA was working with the jinn. He actually stated that officially during, one of his public talks. And because his public talks were being recorded, and so this became an official statement. But it's no wonder. I mean, when you had in the American military people with like Michael Aquino, the former head of the Temple of Set, he's no longer with us. But I mean, that gives you an idea. I mean, he was in charge of mind wars. So if you have the genies you add the genies into the equation, it's just like part of the whole thing. No? Now, in regards to this multidimensional struggle it's like in Iran, the Mer website, I mean, we're talking about Islamic Republic official messaging from the website, is claiming evidence of a supernatural warfare with America. They also they called a multidimensional struggle against Israel, alongside the cyber, diplomatic, and psychological fronts. And Khamenei's site, the late Khamenei's site, even expanded on the team, because there was this Ayatollah Hamad Abedi who said, the Jews, and in particular the Zionists, pursue metaphysical matters extensively, and asserted that Mossad engages in such practices as well. Wow. So, on the contrary of what we are obviously seeing from the mainstream news, parallel to our own view of the war, which is materialistic, now we are expecting maybe boots on the ground, Marines going this, blah, blah, blah. Then you have, parallel to all this, a metaphysical war. And it's not really discussed by our own media, but it's discussed by Israeli media and by Iran media. It's pretty fascinating if you think about it.
Definitely.
And there is actually, let me see if I can, I don't have because it's in Farsi, it's not in English language, but there is definitely also articles on the Jerusalem Post that we can cite. Let me share one with you, for example, just to show you. Iran official claim Israel used the occult and supernatural spirits during 12-day war. This is the Jerusalem Post. And they're talking about Abdullah Ganji, former editor of REG-linked newspaper Javan, that has 150,000 followers. And they talk about, this is an article from July, and they talk about a senior Iranian official claims that Israel deployed the occult and supernatural spirits during their war with Iran. This is an old article. Now I'm going to show you a more latest one, if I find it, always from the Jerusalem Post.
Do you believe that, or is that disinformation?
No. In the Middle East, this stuff, it's taken very seriously. It's no joke. I mean, we here in the West are gonna, have a more pragmatic attitude. But let me show you here this article that just came out, I think, a few days ago. Iran revives its Zionist sorcery claims in propaganda against it. Now, they claim it's propaganda also. No, watch. This is an article from March 19th. So pretty recent, 10 days ago.
Wow. Look at that.
So there is a parallel war going on that is not really, and I think that today in our show we were able to at least touch on this, because most people don't really want to discuss these topics.
Yeah, well, I think with your direct experience, that really was very enlightening. I never talked to anybody with direct experience.
I had direct experience even with Iranians, as Turks. I mean, the Middle East is for me. I personally find the Middle East a great place to hang out. But, I mean, maybe because of my ancestry, maybe because I'm from south of Italy and we used to be an emirate, the Sicily. But I find it like a place where certain things, especially the metaphysical world, the fight against evil is taken much more seriously than here in the Western world, especially in America. America that was described even by Aleister Crowley as a spiritual desert. It's very difficult here in America to explain certain things because you have been there in the Middle East. You know that believing God is a very serious thing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't offend God in those countries.
So on the metaphysical realm, I think a lot of people have awakened. Let's get your thoughts on this. You know, the adrenochrome, you know, Hollywood really into adrenochrome and, you know, very high level. There's, you know, that movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp. And
yeah. When at one point he comes up with the chrono.
What is this group called? The Hollywood Vampires. So it's a lot of that seems like it's in our face, but people don't, like you're talking about. We're here in America, it's just like a spiritual desert. You know, people just don't accept that that's probably real.
Yeah, they don't accept that it's probably real. But now we have this incredible increase of evil, which is facing even the Vatican. And they have actually said that there has been an enormous increase in the request for exorcism. So because the exorcists, like I explained, they have to be highly specialized. Here in America, up until 6 years ago, you didn't have many. You could actually not count them on two hands, but you might have had only a few in the whole of America. Now, apparently, there is been a rise in actually presence of even exorcists in the diocese, and there are hundreds now of exorcists already, and they want more.
Yeah,
because okay, this demonstrates that yes, the facade is the facade of a spiritual desert, but at the same time, it seems like this demonic problem is really affecting people and affecting them to a point that they are requesting their bishops to intervene and to have on-duty exorcists basically on call 24/7. This is what they are requiring the Pope to give them.
Mm.
It's not just there's been like a 600% increase in the numbers of exorcisms.
Do you think there's more demons now, or do you think that that the demons are just getting flushed off one person and going to somebody else, or what do you think?
I don't think like Chad Ripperger said, like Father Chad Ripperger said, who is himself a great exorcist. I know that he's a wealth of knowledge, also theologically speaking, so I have a lot of respect for him. It's not really about more demons. It's about how the demons reach you. How they are able to reach you in a much more easy way thanks to the internet. If, for example, I don't know, you have a youngster who wants to simply wander around and find a group of Satanists who want to maybe spend the weekend sacrificing a black cat. I'm not here making up this, of course. I'm not saying it's, but maybe sometimes they can even sacrifice something else, which is much worse. There has been cases in which they push themselves, and of course, at that point, they get to human sacrifice. But in any case, it's more easy to connect. In fact, that's the reason why the International Association of Exorcists this year is focusing so much on the artificial intelligence also. Because artificial intelligence apparently has been able to help pedophile Satanists in particular by even like they make videos using the AI in which children are exposed to these shocking satanic rituals. Of course, it's fiction, but it is a diabolical fiction. Apparently, this year, what they will be discussing in May in Rome is the fact that the AI is providing also a new way to cover up their activities. So, and they also, there is another thing that this year they want to discuss also in relation to the AI, the order of the 9 angles. I don't know if you ever heard of them. Mm-hmm. I've discussed them in my books. I discussed them in particular in volume 5 of my Confessions. They are particularly active in the deep web, so you can't really find them on, just by Googling, because they do illegal activities. They've been infiltrating the American military. You can go and check, if you Google now, you can check articles on BBC and other things about Order of the 9 Angles. And maybe we can find something to show to our audience. Because this Order of the 9 Angles is really into human sacrifice. And what they do, they use encrypting messaging services and whatnot to communicate. And because of the extensive use of the deep web, they seem to be impossible to detect. They have done some really evil things, right? And still nobody really knows who is heading them, or because they are really hiding very well. And you see, there is a lot of material on them if you actually go and search for it. And they are also connected to Nazi groups, which is also a way, if you want to detect them, they are very active apparently in the right wing. They were founded in the UK in the 70s. They are known with the acronym ONA. But in volume 5 of my Confessions, I actually show their inner teachings. And they are, it's not some kind of, make-or-believe group. They actually pick up from very ancient practices. You see, US soldiers, Ethan Melzer accused of planning attack on unit, also with the Order of the 9 Angles. So here we are talking about sectarian activities which are becoming actually very dangerous. It's not... and there was the case, I don't remember now the name. There was a case that was pretty, let me see if I find it, which was pretty, in which they picked up, here, I have it. Let me show it to you, share it on the screen. It's a past article from my website. The FBI issued a warning against a Satanist extortion cult targeting children online, which is the Order of the 9 Angles. This is a photo. Wow. Federal Bureau of Investigation issued an official warning on September 12, 2023, stating that a newly discovered pedophilic Satanist extortion cult is targeting children online. The FBI said in the recent public notice that the cult also uses a variety of internet platforms to find new victims, including Roblox, Discord, Twitch, SoundCloud, and Telegram. And also takes on many names, including 676, 764, and all these code names. So it's very difficult. It's a typical camouflage technique. And then you have, of course, a citation from my volume 5. And so, this is a real problem, because apparently the Vatican is going to be discussing this Order of the 9 Angles in the context of exorcism. Mm-hmm. So, we are talking here about real evil. Not a joke. It's a perverse ideology. They arrested in New York in November 2021 a 23-year-old who was part of this Order of the 9 Angles, who was found basically. These people are violent. I mean, they are preparing themselves to sacrifice whomever to Satan. They actually, from what I understood, they even use old grimoires, like there is this old grimoire dedicated to the Red Dragon, Dragon Rouge, and it's basically a grimoire in which you have to do a human sacrifice in order to achieve something from Satan, no? Mm. And so there was actually this. They target minors also. That is the big problem here. And there is a lot of investigations that are still currently happening also, of course, at a criminal level. Then you have, of course, the Vatican wanting to bring in the exorcists because there is people that need to be exorcised from all this evil. I'm not saying that it's only a problem with Order of the Nine Angles. You can have also seemingly innocent New Age groups that tell you, oh, we are into crystals, we're into this, we're into that, but then they actually open themselves to these demonic forces.
Yeah. So I used to do one-on-ones with people, and I worked with this one guy, and he was of the belief that he was a fallen angel and that he had converted through Archangel Michael to the good side. Have you ever encountered anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, very recently, I was sent a photo of a guy who in Italy was participating to a sectarian, to a ritual in a temple of this sect who claimed to be in contact with Archangel Michael and all that. But in reality, it was obviously another cult. It was a satanic cult. Mm. Even if they claim the contrary, because, I mean, when you put yourself with the image of Archangel Michael, you are, of course, putting yourself with the defender of the faith, which is used by all the exorcists to crush the devil, to crush the dragon. This is not a name that is just brought up like this. To actually use it in that context. So where did you hear about it?
So it was, I used to do one-on-one counseling with people. And this gentleman was like, I was a fallen angel, and I used to do this. I've had many lives doing this and that, but I have converted. And there's many of us fallen angels now that are converting, and we're connected with Archangel Michael now. That was the story.
How can they connect with Archangel Michael if they are fallen angels? In a way, if you think about it, it's already a paradox, because fallen angels should connect with Lucifer, should connect with Satan, should connect with Beelzebub, should connect with Leviathan, should connect with Baal, should connect with demons who are fallen, not in the heavens defending the faith. It doesn't make any sense. So if you think about it, their whole theological asset is wrong. Eschatologically, they are very confused. It's a little bit like Peter Thiel. He went to Rome, and I wrote an article about it, because he went to Rome to do these lectures on the Antichrist, close to the Vatican. However, his whole eschatological interpretation of the Antichrist is completely erroneous, because he is actually stating that the AI and robotics will defend us from the Antichrist. Rather than being part of the problem, he claims to be part of the solution. And like Alexander Dugin said, it's a completely erroneous interpretation. Because it's like saying Cyber Satan is good, let's embrace Cyber Satan. And Peter Thiel, unfortunately, is part of the problem. I explain in my book his connection with Epstein, and now his connection with Epstein, after the latest files came out, was even more clear in relation even to the possibility of starting together a secret society and so on. Peter Thiel is from Frankfurt. He's not a Jewish person, but he is from a family of Christians connected to the Sabbatean Frankists who historically were present in Frankfurt. In my book, I explained that Jacob Frank created in Offenbach, which is in the outskirts there in Frankfurt, in the metropolitan area of Frankfurt, a court. He was given a castle in which he then molded and crafted the future of the banking cartel, including the Rothschild, the Schiffs, and all the rest. So Peter Thiel is very dangerous, and that is a big problem also for somebody like J.D. Vance, who claims to be so righteous and so Christian. I don't understand this guy. I mean, how can you associate with somebody who is absolutely the opposite of anything you are, publicly you're stating that even the UFOs and aliens are all demons, but then after you hang out with Peter Thiel, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It's just like a little bit confusing.
Yeah, definitely. So, Statue of Liberty, the bringer of light, and of course, Statue of Liberty is chained, like the fallen angels are supposedly chained. What are your thoughts of the Statue of Liberty? Is that Lucifer, or?
Statue of Liberty was donated by the French Freemasons.
Right.
Now, there was a very close relationship, especially between Benjamin Franklin, who, as you know, was a diplomat for a time in France and who was trying to promote the cause of an independent United States of America. I mean, Benjamin Franklin is regarded as one of the fathers of our great nation. Mm-hmm. We even have him, portrayed on one of our banknotes. And so even if he was never a president. But Benjamin Franklin was connected with the occult. Benjamin Franklin was connected with the occult. Benjamin Franklin was connected with a lodge, the Lodge de Neuf Sources, which itself in France at that time was very much connected also with people who, he was very close to, for example, Count Cagliostro, who himself in his lodges was trying to evoke the seven angels through scrying and through the use of little children and virgins that will eventually become the mediums of these spirits. So the donation that was later given of this Statue of Liberty, it's obviously controversial because it's a donation from those forces that in a way were fighting the monarchies and the church to establish something independent. The final product, though, is a great republic on which we stand, which we are very proud of and we want to protect. But Benjamin Franklin, like also somebody in the chat is stating, was also in the Hellfire Clubs, which themselves were pretty much, talking about Jeffrey Epstein, let's talk about the Hellfire Clubs. These things have been going on for hundreds of years.
Right.
So it seems like at one point when they went into the old apartment of Benjamin Franklin, was it in London or stuff? They dig out a few bodies. So it's there is definitely something with these connections which is not too good. So the Statue of Liberty will probably have a lot of occult significance for these Masons who obviously gave it. But at the same time, for us, the symbolism of it is, for me, always of... when I went there in 1982, it was my first time in the United States of America. I went up at this 151-foot statue, it was still possible to walk. I don't know if you ever went there, up all the way up, walking in this ladder that goes around.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get all the way up. And at the time, you could actually go all the way into the thing. It was pretty scary because it was an old statue made of material. I mean, it wasn't a modern thing. So I thought it was a little bit precarious. In fact, after that, I remember they closed it. And I think they worked on it for a few years. And I don't think you are allowed anymore to go all the way into the... but definitely the symbolism and everything, I mean, represents the libertas, the goddess of freedom. And I think that for me, that is more important than any other occult connections that might be ascribed to it.
Yeah, that Ole Demogorgon, he basically pointed out that it was Lucifer. It's like, it looks, you go with the Rothschilds, they have that statue of Lucifer. It looks very similar. It's got a strong jawline. The boobies are very, like Lucifer, I guess, is, trans. And so,
well, I mean, there is a Masonic legacy. It's an American landmark, but actually it's 305 feet tall, the whole thing. So it's pretty taller than what I stated. But it is definitely symbolic of, I think, the alliance with French Freemasonry. And in fact, the guy involved into the donation, I mean, it belonged to the Lodge Alsace-Lorraine in Paris. So it was actually an official Masonic donation to the United States of America. It wasn't just like, an object.
Right.
There was something a little bit deeper in it. I mean, the idea that they commissioned this great gift and this whole thing for the century of the Declaration of Independence, I think it was very important for the French because, in a way, the French had helped the American independence against the British. And so, in a way, they were reiterating that support. And it was, by the way, very interesting the fact that in the exact period in which the Statue of Liberty was donated by the French Freemasons in the 1870s, the actual French Freemasonry, the Grand Orient of France, was breaking from the United Lodge of England. They were actually going their own way by no longer recognizing in the regularity of Freemason, you have to have God and you have to have a volume of the sacred law, which is either the Bible or another holy book. From that moment onwards, they shifted towards a more agnostic version of Freemasonry, without the obligation of, you were not subject to believe in God any longer. When you enter a French Masonic lodge, it broke Freemasonry into two distant traditions that still exist to this day: the continental Freemasonry, which is connected to the Grand Orient of France, and instead the regular Freemasonry, which is traditionally connected to the United Grand Lodge of England, which still requires the belief in God in their lodges. So it's rather interesting that in that period of time, this gift was given to the United States of America. But the interpretation of it as something satanic, that I prefer to stay with my more traditional symbolism of it, because I think it's a great symbol for the United States of America.
Yeah. So change the subject a little bit again. You talked about the relic that you have of Father Padre Pio.
Yeah.
that's amazing. So he was a great guy. And I have Tracy and I have a friend that is super psychic, and she channeled Padre Pio, not necessarily channeled him, but actually, had these visitations and conversations with him. And Padre Pio, she said that Padre Pio was the reincarnation of Pontius Pilate.
I think that's quite an interesting connection that Pontius Pilate. Now, I can tell you one interesting story about this relic which I received, a piece of the bandage of Padre Pio, which, by the way, I have in the other room. Christy, let's see. Can you give me the Padre Pio thing?
Oh, so cool.
The Padre Pio thing. I'm going to show it to you because this is an official relic which is actually signed by the head of the Franciscan friars to be used only for exorcism. So here it is. That actually is kept in a. This is the relic. So here you have the officiality of it. Which is basically Beato, you see, it says the name Beati Pia Petrocina, because at the time he was not yet a saint, he was a Beato, with the signing of the head of the friars, that this is a genuine piece. And then inside you have this, which is a piece of the actual bandage word on his stigmata.
Wow.
And it's kept in a thing here.
Beautiful.
Then you have, of course, also the medal that was given.
Oh, beautiful.
And this was given to me, the brother of his grandfather was the doctor of Padre Pio. And so he was left with a bunch of these bandages. And then the Vatican, when they nominated him first Beato and then Saint, of course, reclaimed and then put together like this, because, of course, this is a weapon in the hands of an exorcist against Satan. It's an official weapon. So it's kept in a certain way, let's say. I hope that today we gave your audience some extra.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some extra.
Thanks so much. Yeah, it's great chatting in the audience with good information. Wow. Like I said, I've never met anybody that actually has done or has had exorcism done on them. So that's
I think that it's very important in this day and age that we are living here in the proximity of probably the arrival of the final Antichrist, and with the rise of Satanism, which is now being acknowledged also by the Vatican. And it's an important acknowledgement, because I remember that 5 years ago, I wrote on my website that there would be an increase in cases of possession, and the Vatican instead dismissed me by saying, "Oh, there is less cases now." I said, "Wait and see. Just leave your children alone in front of the computer for a couple of years, and let's see what happens." And I was completely right, unfortunately. And now there is the need for these exorcists to go and do their job. While we have to separate here, the Vatican, which is made of administrative power, of Masonic power, of worshipping of money and power, which is prevalent amongst the cardinals, with the people like Father Chad Ripperger, who himself acknowledged that there is Satanism in the Vatican, or Father Amor, who even confirmed to people I know that there is Satanists who practice Satanism in the Vatican. So we are at a turning point in our history where we really need to be aware that this evil is spreading, especially for the younger generation. So thank you so much for having dedicated today's show to this very important topic. God bless you all, and we will hopefully see each other soon. Check out my website, leozagami.com, for my latest articles. And of course, you will find also the links to my latest books. Take care, guys.
Take care. Thank you.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. White House signals golden age has begun. Trump releases gold asset-backed global quantum financial system, giving stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. Trump releases worldwide Operation Holy Fire, changes maritime law to constitutional common law, giving freedom back to the people. Expect worldwide blackouts, mass arrests of pedophile, treasonous global elites. Stock up on food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown. Judy note, I think it was the final blow for Trump. His anti-fraud task force had found $233 billion to $521 billion of federal funds have been siphoned from Medicaid, SNAP, and child care federal aid over the last 6 years. This government fraud was going on all over the country, in mainly Democrat states. In Minnesota alone, the money was laundered to individuals to buy luxury homes, cars, properties, and even luxury resorts in faraway places like Kenya, Nairobi, and Turkey. And the Biden administration had ordered the states not to investigate. So, at 0200 hours on Saturday, March 28, 2026, from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, President Trump gave an order to the U.S. Army to unleash Operation Holy Fire protocol worldwide. In this historic moment, President Trump stood shoulder to shoulder with the returning JFK Jr., alongside loyal allies as the old guard's empire of lies collapses. At that point on Saturday, March 28th, the White House in Washington, D.C. lit up in yellow, glowing under a triumphant sunrise, indicating that the golden age had begun. The American flags proudly as the emergency broadcast system prepares to deliver the truth in the state has hidden for decades. On Saturday, thousands were convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York, and L.A. as black entities exploded into ash under military spotlights. The U.S. Army was now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios, and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances. Every TV, radio, and internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages. At the same time, 7 trumpets will sound, announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. The real history of the last 100 years, and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. The comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you, and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claimed to protect it. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. According to 107, on Wednesday, April 1st, the Nassar-Jassar laws would fully activate across 209 nations, wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. The deep state is in total panic, knowing their depopulation agenda has been exposed and defeated forever by President Trump. Global currency reset. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill, and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Friday, March 27th, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for Jassara wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water, and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29th, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt, while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Wednesday, April 1st, Jassara laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. Global financial system, Saturday, March 28, 2026. As of today, SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 28th. William Gregg First Day, Vancouver, British Columbia. Look for Greg First Day on Facebook. I believe on April 1st, 2026, we will see truth, justice, freedom, sovereignty, and a return to common law. President Trump returned to office in 2025 but never left. He was 46 all along. The Global Military Alliance has been making arrests since 2017. They number between 7 and 8 million. They report having used over 200,000 actors from essential casting or clones. On May 31st, 2024, U.S. military jets did the letter Q over my apartment in South Vancouver. Back in 2020, I was sent a picture of President Trump shaking JFK's hand. JFK was in his full dress Marine uniform. Another trusted person told me there was a recent picture of Marilyn Monroe. Pastor Bob Joyce is Elvis, and there were pictures of Michael Jackson. I was told around 900 people have been in protective custody of the White Hats since the early 1960s. And just a side note, I think they call it Valhalla. I've heard the term when referring to protective custody before, Valhalla. And there is an actual place called Valhalla in Australia, but I'm not positive. JFK 35, Q, President Trump, Q plus 45, 46, 47 with JFK Jr. VP equals a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. After the USA 2020 election fraud, the U.S. military did a 45-day investigation and found that at 8 p.m., when the counting stopped, President Trump had already won re-election. He was sworn back into office in March 2021. Smartmatic voting machines controlled by outside computers changed the counted votes. Trump votes disappeared in real time. Trump votes counted as 0.75 votes equals Biden votes 1.25 votes. From January 20th, 2021 to January 2022 equals this 1 year delta under U.S. military law was an act of war against America to remove a sitting president from office. The leaders were the Chinese Communist Party, the Crown of England, and Vatican City. The 135 plus million real votes watermarks in the paper, barcode in the top right-hand corner, and each real ballot had a unique microchip implanted so that the Space Force military satellites could identify each ballot and its location. Many were found in the garbage. Joe Biden had 16% of the real votes. At the election polls, there were boxes of mail-in ballots brought through back doors. Scrutinizers were not allowed a close look at the counting. Hidden cameras showed the same ballots run over and over through the counters. Saturday, March 28, 2026, the Clintons had control of all the contracts in Haiti. If you wanted to get a piece of the $14 billion in relief funds, you had to go through them. They also had control of their elections, and guess what company they used to perform successful elections? According to the unclassified email, Smartmatic. Bill Clinton also used a middleman to be involved in other countries' elections because he could not publicly be seen or known to be engaging in any elections out in the open. This is yet another connection, part of the history of the global election fraud cartel, the Chiffon Telegram. Government fraud. Saturday, March 28, 2026, the money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase, Project Donut on Telegram, resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas.
Explosive. President Trump unleashes massive anti-fraud task force to reclaim billions stolen from American taxpayers through Medicaid, SNAP, and child care scams, deep state networks, cartels. President Donald J. Trump has launched a massive anti-fraud task force aimed at dismantling the corrupt web of fraud that has siphoned billions from vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and child care subsidies. Chaired by Vice President J.D. Vance directly from the White House, this task force is striking at the heart of the globalist machinery that has been bleeding American taxpayers dry for years. This explosive initiative, formalized by executive order on March 16, 2026, coordinates multiple agencies to hunt down multi-state fraud networks deeply embedded in democratic strongholds such as California, Minnesota, New York, Illinois, and beyond. These operations have uncovered shocking links to cartel money laundering and human trafficking rings, revealing how taxpayer funds have been funneled to support the very criminals destroying our borders and communities. In Minnesota, federal prosecutors have blown the lid off an organized ring involving Somali-linked operators and phony nonprofits that stole hundreds of millions in childcare funding, ghost providers, false claims and proceeds funneled into luxury assets, and even overseas terror channels. This is the deep state in action, preying on the most vulnerable, while American families suffer. Remember the Feeding Our Future scandal that diverted nearly $250 million meant for needy children through fake meal sites? It's ranging from $233 billion to $521 billion. President Trump and his team are using AI tools and cross-agency data to trace every dollar, purge ghost recipients, and seize assets from these traitorous operations. Upcoming raids on luxury nonprofit headquarters in major cities promise to expose the elite protectors who have shielded these criminals. This is more than just fraud recovery. It is a direct assault on the globalist agenda that has weaponized welfare programs to create dependency, fund political loyalty, and facilitate human trafficking under the guise of compassion. By linking these frauds to cartel activities and trafficking, the task force is shining a light on how the deep state has sold out American sovereignty for power and profit. Patriots, the storm is building. With Stephen Miller as senior advisor in coordination with the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition, including military strikes against narco-terrorists, the White Hats are in full control. Recovered funds will bolster border security, reduce debt, and restore resources to true American citizens. Trump is delivering on his promises, and the day of reckoning for these fraudsters and their high-level enablers has arrived. The reclamation of our nation is underway, and nothing can stop what is coming.
July 29th, 2025, Byington bombshell report, Trump's global military alliance purging deep state elites. 2,900 plus elite executions confirmed. Global military alliance raids across 71 nations and 14 oceanic zones have shattered the globalist infrastructure. 2,900 plus elite level executions have been confirmed. Gitmo has been expanded to black sites in Alaska, Diego Garcia, Greenland, Iceland, and Svalbard, which were now processing non-stop interrogations and takedowns. Monday, July 28th, Byington bombshell report, Trump orders pedophile Obama arrested. So, speaking about UFO disclosure, this is a clip from the latest wartime analysis panel that John Michael Chambers does. I think he does it every 2 weeks. And this is Lieutenant Colonel Lennox. He's talking about the portals that are in Iran and all of the ancient alien artifacts. And that could be part of the disclosure or lead us into a lot of what might come as far as the final events of this global war. So here is Lieutenant Colonel Lennox.
Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. Straits of Hormuz, you want to break that down? And I guess we won't be asking when this operation will end. What a foolish question that is. And you won't get the answer, whether we know it or not. But anyway, take it on, sir, if you will, please.
Well, there's some interesting things about the Middle East. And I was reading a book today, written some time back, and it seems there are a large number of portals in the Middle East. And one of the things the Khazarians are looking for is to get to their portals so they can escape the United States and the world. And Iran has a number of portals, which goes outside of our normal discussion, but it goes to the idea that it's not just about here, it's about out there. The other thing is, because of the Khazarians, and we look at the city of London, the Rothschilds are in fact Khazarians. And they have controlled the finances for a large part of the world for hundreds of years. And closing them down in London, I saw something yesterday or day before, is that when you close down the Rothschilds in Iran, you're going to also close down the Rothschilds in Israel, which is the number one trafficker of humans in the world. And so when we start to look at what we're doing in Iran, we're really getting ready to close down Israel as well. The Strait of Hormuz is interesting because if we say it's 20% of the world's oil that moves across there, and then we look at what Trump has done in the United States, which has reopened our leadership as the largest oil producer in the world, China and Japan will be coming to the United States to buy all their oil. They see your smile. And because we control Venezuela, which is also a very, very large producer of oil, China will also go to Venezuela, but they'll be going through the United States to get it. So when we look at that concept, and then we start to look at the question that Ricardo asked about the all of the artifacts. There are artifacts in Iran and in other places in the Middle East that those people who like to go dig for them have been forbidden to go dig for because they reveal a lot about the ancient history of the world, the earth. I think that's enough.
Thank you very much. Wow. It's interesting. Just a quick comment to our viewers. My line of questioning thus far has not included the word London or Israel, but that's the names that keep coming up, does it not, when we discuss the operation? So that's very, very telling. And again, to Derek's point, you're hearing, but are you listening? Very, very good stuff. And I just quick comment on this. We won't go there today. The portals that you referred to, Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, and the galactic off-planet issues, the UFOs, the aliens, and all that. We're going to take that on a little deeper as our commander-in-chief and president starts to drip out those top secret files. Then we'll coattail along that, and we'll get into that. So come back and listen, because that day is coming.
Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and sovereignty. Please say a special prayer tonight for the native Hawaiians of Maui, who for years have suffered silently under U.S. Inc. Illuminati rule. Please always pray for the children. Quote from Albert Einstein, "Weak people revenge, strong people forgive, intelligent people ignore." Judy note, in the last few weeks, the devastating floods that hit the Hawaiian Islands, especially Lahaina, Maui, were believed man-made, just like the so-called wildfires that burned Lahaina, Maui to the ground August 2023. Native Hawaiians pointed out that during the 2 or so weeks of rain and floods, there were unusual V-shaped radar patterns offshore, showing the storms may have originated from ships. The 2023 Maui fires left over 5,000 Native Hawaiians homeless, with close to half still living on the beaches 2.5 years later. Little help has been received from the U.S. Inc. government. Lahaina had nowhere begun to rebuild because of countless red tape of the government that left it vulnerable for mudslides during these past weeks of floods. Why wasn't the U.S. Inc. government helping? Because their ultimate plan was to make Lahaina, the former capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, a smart city, where the U.S. Inc.'s cabal could completely control the population. March 27th situation update. Byington bombshell report. U.S. Treasury declares U.S. insolvent. Over $41 trillion in debt. Trump activates global currency reset before its news. Friday, March 27th. We the People News situation update featuring Restored Republic. The privately owned by the deep state Illuminati cabal, U.S. Inc. government is insolvent. Over $41 trillion in debt. That's the conclusion of the Treasury Department's own 2025 financial statements, released last week to near total media silence. The numbers, $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30th, 2025. The private banker corporation has controlled U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913, drove America into bankruptcy in 2008. They don't forget, this was on purpose because they had the Great Reset, the central bank digital currency system coming in, making the fiat U.S. dollar status official. The plan was to drive America's financial status into the ground so that people would accept a digital currency backed by nothing. Thus, the cabal would have complete control over everyone. They called it the Great Reset. Everything was going as planned for the cabal until along came the BRICS nations accompanied by Trump and the Q plan to save the world. That plan was about to unfold with a worldwide EBS. EBS worldwide activation imminent. Sometime in the next 2 days, every TV, radio, internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages at the same time. 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours or 3 days, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. The real history of the last 100 years and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. A global lockdown will commence and last 10 to 12 days. Everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. During those 5 hours, comprehensive documentaries will air across all nations or stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you, and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins as you explain to those around you what has been going on. Global currency reset on February 20th, 2026. The U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nassara funds set for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, notification to set appointments. The overwhelming majority of my bond people are telling me that they will be done between now and April 2nd. The overwhelming majority of my groups and banking contacts believe they will go between the 2nd of April and the 15th of April. I don't know the timing, but that is what they are being told. Mark Z on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Tuesday, March 24th, Wolvie says the bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start Wednesday, April 1st. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen, and it has, and it is working very well, Wolvie says. It has been 100% successful. Lady at a bank called Wolvie, crying, saying that this is the news we've been waiting for. Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days, he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas. Forwarded from Ginger Doucette. Thursday, March 26th, Bruce, the big call. QFS has a node for cryptocurrency. The central banks around the world are buying up gold to back their currencies. 4 different sources say Tier 4B notification could happen on Friday the 27th or 28th of March, which is today. Tier 4B should get started with appointments before the end of the month on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. Global financial system, Friday, March 27th, 2026, bombshell announcement. Trump's dollar, signature, gold, and power for the American people. No more fiat, no more lies. Game over for the globalists. Friday, March 27th, 2026. Boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Trump's signature on the dollar signals a return to pre-1913. Friday, March 27th, QFS destroys the central banking system. QFS halts the deep state in its tracks. Global currency reset, trust the plan. Tier 4B, martial law and telegram. The quantum financial system stands as the most decisive force ever introduced against the central banking debt machine, built to release everyday people from a cycle of financial control that has lasted for generations. What once seemed out of reach has been strategically prepared, a parallel monetary framework designed to replace hidden fiat dominance with transparent, asset-backed transactions. This is not speculation or wishful thinking. It is calculated reset aimed at restoring direct control of wealth back into the hands of the people. At its foundation, QFS operates through advanced quantum level verification that cannot be altered, securing every transaction with absolute integrity and traceability. Only currencies backed by real audited assets and supported by digital gold certificates are allowed to circulate within the system. This structure eliminates theft, blocks covert manipulation, and makes unauthorized financial activity impossible to conceal. The principle is clear: a financial system that cannot be quietly manipulated for personal or institutional gain. The legacy system relied on shadow accounting, untraceable flows, and complex shell structures that concealed misuse while penalizing transparency for decades. QFS runs in parallel, exposing inconsistencies in real time and enabling accountability on an unprecedented scale. Once illicit transactions are identified, those responsible can no longer shield themselves behind bureaucracy or delay tactics. The system itself becomes undeniable proof, forming the foundation for action, recovery, and enforcement. The era of invisible control is rapidly closing. This marks a turning point, a structural transformation intended to restore economic balance and human dignity. Implementation requires precision, validation, and time, but the objective is undeniable: to replace artificial scarcity with asset-backed stability, dismantle centralized control mechanisms, and create a pathway toward restitution and broad prosperity. The direction is intentional, and the outcome is rooted in fairness. Stay alert, demand transparency, and prepare for the transition from a system built on debt to one grounded in value. The Genius Act, Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, passed in 2025, establishes the first comprehensive federal regulatory framework for U.S. payment stable coins. Effective by January 18, 2027, it mandates one-to-one reserves, strict AML KYC compliance, and limits issuance to authorized entities to enhance financial stability. Election fraud. Friday, March 27th, the election fraud that's occurring in the United States is not only a massive national security threat, it's happening in 100 plus countries around the world, including places like South Korea, Canada, Australia, Brazil, Ecuador, the Philippines, Republic of Congo, and many more. This needs to be investigated by military intelligence because of this global election fraud cartel's resources, capabilities, and players involved, which leads to a massive criminal conspiracy that can topple and take control of countries around the world and install whatever regimes that they choose. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 27th, White House gave order not to enforce fraud allegations happening all over the country. Shocker. The reason they did not investigate any fraud is because they were all involved, stealing taxpayer dollars through front companies and NGOs, and plus getting kickbacks, I'm sure. This is money laundering 101. Government fraud. Friday, March 27th, Minnesota Representative Krista Knudsen says they just found out the state turned off tracking for money being sent overseas. They turned it on for 2 weeks, saw all the money leaving, and Democrats quickly shut off tracking to allow it to keep happening. Today in the fraud committee, the Department of Human Services testified that they have not been tracking the IP addresses of money that's being literally flown out of our state and where it's going. They did turn on that reporting for 2 weeks, and they found that yes, a lot of those IP addresses were tied to overseas computers. And then they quickly shut it off after just 2 weeks of seeing where this money's actually going. Every time we turn around, it's just more and more fraud scandals in our state. Wars, and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 27th, Fox News. Boom, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth just called out the media. These cameras have a choice. You either inform the American people of the truth or you're not here. Here is a fact you don't hear on the networks that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we are destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into the Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons, bunkers, ammo. Now we're destroying the weapons and you are righting the grievous wrongs. Wrong. Make no mistake. We had to act. Objectives clear. No nukes, no Navy, complete dismantling of the missile program and defense industrial base. We're here to win, and we are full speed ahead. And just a side note, to me, when I look at some of the corporate media stories, like from CNN and MSNBC and ABC, they're outright lies when it comes to Iran and what's happening there. You're getting two different stories, complete opposite stories. One from the White House, Pete Hegseth, and people that are in the military, which I trust. And then you've got the cabal-owned mainstream media, and I guess they feel like they have nothing to lose, and they're just outright lying. Thursday, March 27th, Please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026 at 8 p.m. 10 days, interesting number. And I think this falls after Easter, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. President Donald J. Trump. And just another calm. He said that the Iranians asked for 7 days, but he gave them 10 days, and you add those two numbers, you have 17, and that always says patriots are in control.
Following the cascading activities around the planet at the tactical level, operational level, campaign level, and strategic level, and even the grand strategy, and people are having difficulty putting the picture together. That's by design. We know that. That's, of course, the reason. But where we're at right now, and if you could put a title, I guess, on this phase of the operation, this is for the people. And the title would be this: The Price of Failure to Act. The price of failure to act. And the reason I say that is because the people, it's already started now, the alleged reasons, the Straits of Hormuz and the blockage, and then the interference with the flow of oil, therefore the prices have spiked, and we'll talk in detail later. But that is the supposed trigger to all the drama that's going on right now, but that's not it at all. This is the price of the failure to act. All the things that are going on around the planet, and they can be related to Hormuz, they could be related, completely unrelated to Hormuz, but this is what the people now have to experience for not holding their people to their representatives to account, for not keeping an eye on what was going on, for trusting too many people for too long without sticking their nose into somebody else's business and saying, hang on a minute, you didn't promise me this, you didn't promise me that, and why are you delivering it to it? So this is the moment in history where the Australian people, because I can tell you that from personal experience, it's hurting down here, but it's also hurting around the world. And the people are going to start to feel the squeeze. It's going to be painful. It's going to be excruciating. They're going to get very, very angry. And I'm not hoping for this, but I can imagine there's going to be some violence occur. Sporadic, not necessarily organized, but sporadic, geographically dispersed. But people are eventually going to realize what's happened to them, what's been done to them. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we've been saying this for so many years now. If we don't stand up, it'll be taken from us. We didn't stand up. It has been taken from us. Everything's been taken from us. And the people are about to find that out. Now, this is the key moment for this operation as far as the people are concerned. None of this would have happened had the people stood up, but they didn't. And there's a lot of many reasons for that. They've been demoralized. They've been brainwashed. They've been MK Ultra. They've been gassed. You name it, everything. And there's a million reasons why it occurred. But at every point, the people failed to stand up and claim this sovereignty they claim they have, to say, this is my country. I am the source of law. What I say goes. But as we know, if you throw something out in the trash, anybody can come and collect that trash and take it away. That's evidence that you're not interested. And the sad reality is most of the planet, and some are more culpable than others because they don't have a history of personal sovereignty or the rights coming from the people. But those nations that do, we should have stood up, and we didn't. And now we're going to feel the pain. There's nothing that can stop what's coming. We've been saying that a long time. We've been warning for a long time, many years now. Get some gas in your garage, get some tinned food, get some cash, buy your precious metals, and get ready to hunker down. For how long? We don't know. All we know is that if it goes for too long, the black hats win, so the white hats won't let it go too long. But the pain you're about to feel, and don't shoot me, I'm just a piano player. The pain we're all about to feel is a result of our complacency, our docility, our imbecility, all of those things. It's on us. We're going to have to pay the price.
President Trump reminds me of a friend who has a sister who is a drug addict. And she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends and everybody until the well went dry, and they wouldn't lend her anymore. And now she says that she won the lottery and she's going to pay back everyone with interest. The problem is she didn't win the lottery. It's delusional. The same thing is happening with the fake President Trump. This has been going on for a while now. He says he's got $18 trillion in investment promises from around the world. This is just not true. It's not happening. Nobody's investing anything. Then he says he's got $18 trillion in revenue from tariffs, when in fact his revenue is $238 billion, which is not even enough to cover a month's deficit, trade deficit, or budget deficit for that matter. And now we're seeing some similar delusional behavior as far as Greenland is concerned. He thinks that somehow by grabbing Greenland, which is part of a NATO allied state, that it's going to solve all his monetary problems because they've got all these rare earths. Again, the problem is, even if they do, it'll take 7 to 8 years to develop, and he's got bills coming due on January 31st, so it's not going to be on time. The same with Venezuela. He says, oh, we got all this Venezuelan oil. Yeah, all right, they've been stealing oil tankers, but guess what? U.S. has also had oil tankers stolen from them in the Middle East, so that's not working. And the big attempt to grab Iran's the gold, has failed. The real reason for this failed color revolution in Iran was, as I wrote in my weekly report, to grab the Persian gold hoard, which is apparently huge. It's more than the official reserves of the entire world. And remember, the official reserves are only gold that was recognized by the Western financial system and has their stamp on it. It's not the real amount of gold in the world. In any case, the rest of the world is not accepting any more IOUs from the United States. They want payment in physical silver or physical gold. And the fact that they failed to grab the gold in Iran means they're desperate. I don't see any way out of it except one, which is to accept the Dragon family offer of $100 trillion. This would be used to finance the Jubilee, to cancel all debt, public and private, in the West, to finance a huge rebuild of U.S. infrastructure, for example, a high-speed train network connecting the whole country, all sorts of things. And also, we would promise that we would cancel all debt, public and private, and everybody would become the owner of their current residence. And landlords would be compensated with the equivalent in rent. And as you know, it's been pointed out, people who actually own their own houses and paid for them will be given an extra reward in the form of ownership of corporations that will be confiscated from the satanic oligarchs who stole it through central bank fraud. So all that is going to happen. But in the meantime, we still have this delusional megalomaniac who thinks he's Donald Trump. He's trying to invoke the Insurrection Act. And here you can watch the head of the Israeli Homeland Security. Remember, Homeland Security's headquarters is in Israel. And we have Christine Noem in this clip. You can watch her talk about the Insurrection Act. What this means is they want to use the military to shoot American civilians in order to impose a dictatorship ruled by their fake Trump. That's what it means. And unfortunately, there's people also working against legitimate law enforcement to try to create a crisis to justify this military takeover. I do believe we need a military takeover, but not one controlled by the satanic Zionists. And you can spot them because they're the ones who are covering up all the Jeffrey Epstein files because they're in them. So, anybody like Pam Bondi or anybody in the current regime that you're seeing on your screens does not belong in public office, okay? Now, another thing that's going on is just like when the Romanian regime fell with Ceausescu, he kept ramping up repression and ramping it up until him and his whole family ended in front of a firing squad. And we're seeing similar repression in the United States. And for example, I'm pretty sure that the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, and we know that was it Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, is going after people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And as a result, I've been told that a death warrant has been placed on him and trying to suppress the truth. So another person who I've heard a death warrant has been put on is Lindsey Graham, because he's been calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, the sitting head of state. So this is not issued by us. This is issued by someone else. I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are, but they told me that such warrants had been issued. So, you know, the battle is going on, but we are winning. And the control grid is failing. For example, we have the Iranian Foreign Ministry explaining to Fox News that the killing in Iran was carried out by Mossad. Please watch this clip.
For one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the President of the United States in this conflict, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime. That's not what we're being told when we get people to talk to us on the ground. The internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on, and we do hear from people on the ground who tell us various stories. Witnesses spoke of seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierced through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground and an emergency room. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You are saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country, inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who, in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that you mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir.
What's interesting is that it got through onto the U.S. screens, because this whole recipe for color revolution involves causing, first of all, economic turmoil so that people get unhappy. Then they pay protesters and target the anger towards the regime. And then they have people shooting both the police and the protesters to try to get them to fight each other. And they tried this, and instead what happened was the Mossad snipers were taken out, and the Iranian armed forces were able to protect their country and their people. And of course, you won't see that on your Western screens, because unfortunately, these criminals still control the mega corporations, and that's what needs to be taken away from them. We need to remove their control of Google, Microsoft, all the big high-tech companies. They need to be removed from that control. And also, the United States military really, really does need to get back to the real world and live within its means, because right now it is a gigantic parasite. For example, take a look at this clip of a so-called rocket company that got $4 million from the U.S. military. That's the sort of thing that happens when you have a magic money machine. But ultimately, it's parasitical. It sucks from the strength of the country you're supposed to be supporting, and that's no way to run a military. If the military was run by sane people, one of the first things they would do is get rid of all those aircraft carriers, because, as the Chinese have pointed out, the Russians can sink them all within half an hour if they want to. They've got the missiles to do that. So militarily, they're expensive white elephants, and they need to be removed. And the money saved should be put on, building hypersonic missiles. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done as soon as we get sane leadership. And again, the last time we offered this $100 trillion from the Dragon family, the forensic trail led to Barack Hussein, Thunder of Satan Obama, who blocked this money from being used to help rebuild America. And this time, the money is being blocked by the Rothschild family, who are using the fake Trump who's been around since June of last year. And that's what's blocking it now. So, we have Jean-Michel de Rothschild posing as Brigitte Macron. We have Nathaniel Rothschild. We have the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. We have Barclays Bank. And we have the Vatican Bank. These are the people who are preventing the rebuilding of the West and refusing the generous offer from the Dragon family to help rebuild Western industry and rebuild Western civilization. But it will happen anyway. We're going to have to let things collapse a bit more. It looks like Israel is being abandoned. Ehud Barak has been spotted fleeing the country. Benjamin Netanyahu has left. And I was told by the Iranians that the satanic, racist state of Israel is going to be replaced by the nation state of Judea, which will be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and that the temple will be rebuilt once Judea is established. And the Jewish people will be freed from thousands of years of satanic slavery. This is, to the U.S. military and to the law enforcement agencies. The same is true of 90% of the cheese. Okay, we have these Satanists who control the fake Trump are literally trying to poison you and your family. Okay, we need to take action. This is legitimate self-defense. They've been caught poisoning us, and this is not something that you could just idly stand by and let happen. Please remove these people. We're all waiting for you to get off your butts and do it. I'm personally doing everything I can. I want everyone else listening here to do the same. We've got to end this. The nightmare has to end, and humanity has to be liberated from this satanic nightmare. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying the ICE agent who shot the woman in Minneapolis is a Israeli Defense Force officer? Your quote from last week, is that what you meant?
Well, I've been provided with evidence that a lot of the ICE agents are actually Israeli Defense Force soldiers, and that most of them have been trained by the Israelis. But as far as that particular agent is concerned, I have no idea. He may well be an American citizen, but he's been filmed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We'd like to get your thoughts on the current mayor of Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to skip on that one because I don't have enough knowledge to give you an informed comment, but I will try to do some research on that and talk about it in my next weekly report. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Weekly, you tell that the Chabad death cult is going to be removed, but could you list the names of the individuals running this cult and where their operations are conducted from, if you are aware?
I believe that you could actually look it up online. They're openly listed, and the names are available. But what you have to understand is that Chabad are the army, the brain control army, but the real leadership is the Octagon Group, the Rothschild family, the people at who control the World Economic Forum. But Chabad centers, they for years they say, "Oh, we're just a harmless Jewish group. We mean good," but the reality, as can be seen in their own writings, is that they are been working to kill 90% of humanity. But again, it's all public information. Just look up Chabad and you'll find a list of all their locations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Apparently, there's a video by Stuart Lowe being interviewed by Nino Rodriguez. States they are wishing to make 3 super states, Russia, China, and the U.S. They are very much pushing the synagogue of Satan to be in charge as they speak about some sort of dome. I have zero desire to be ruled by no-hide laws up here in Canada. What are your thoughts about this?
That's not going to work. This plan will fail. We are definitely headed for a multipolar world. So it'll be like any village where we have certain rules. You don't go into your neighborhood, and we all get together to deal with things that we share in common. But it's not going to be some kind of centralized dictatorship like these people are planning. That 3-group idea is not going to work. And personally, since you're in Canada, I'm pushing for Canada to liberate the United States and restore democracy there and good government. I want Canada to take over the United States. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. Since famous entertainers are usually compromised with unpleasant circumstances to make them servile, is it possible actor Timothy Busfield acted against his handlers and is being exposed as punishment? Any evidence that he may be helping the White Hats?
You have to judge from what he's saying. If he's been talking about pedophiles and stuff, then yeah, he's been targeted. But I don't know the details in this case either. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, I think it was the final blow for Trump. His anti-fraud task force had found $233 billion to $521 billion of federal funds had been siphoned from Medicaid, SNAP and child care federal aid over the last 6 years. This government fraud was going on all over the country in mainly Democrat states. In Minnesota alone, the money was laundered to individuals to buy luxury homes, cars, properties and even luxury resorts in faraway places like Kenya, Nairobi and Turkey, and the Biden administration had ordered the states not to investigate. So at 0200 hours on Saturday, March 28, 2026 from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, President Trump gave an order to the U.S. Army to unleash Operation Holy Fire Protocol worldwide. In this historic moment, President Trump stood shoulder to shoulder with the returning JFK Jr., alongside loyal allies, as the old guard's empire of lies collapses. At that point on Saturday 28th of March, the White House in Washington, D.C. lit up in yellow, glowing under a triumphant sunrise, indicating that the golden age had begun. The American flag waves proudly as the emergency broadcast system prepares to deliver the truth that the deep state has hidden for decades. On Saturday, thousands were convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York and L.A. as black entities exploded into ash under military spotlights. The U.S. Army was now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances. Sometime in the next 2 days a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. Every TV, radio and internet worldwide will simultaneously receive the same message in 77 different languages at the same time. 7 trumpets will sound announcing that the world was under temporary martial law. For 72 hours, 3 days, everyone will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally, the real history of the last 100 years and information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. The comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations, providing full disclosure of recent developments, the stolen technology, the financial system that enslaved you and the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it. On February 20, 2026 the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. According to Wano Saving on Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the NISA/JAZARA laws would fully activate across 209 nations, wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. The deep state is in total panic, knowing their depopulation agenda has been exposed and defeated forever by President Trump and the Q Alliance. The corruption is coming to an end. The old world would end with a broadcast. The new world would begin as you explain to those around you what has been going on. A possible timing: on February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, White Hat insiders and 107 released explosive confirmation of the schedule unfolding as follows. On Friday, March 27, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for JAZARA wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29, 2026, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Monday, March 30, 2026, 10 days of darkness ignite with Starlink emergency broadcast system airing cabal crimes in 77 languages. Martial law secures cities for pedophile roundups. Stock food and cash as fiat dies. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, NISA/JAZARA laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. The Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. See Global Currency Reset. On February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress had passed a bill and President Trump signed it, mandating that the United States would no longer recognize the fiat U.S. dollar as the national currency. It would be replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note with a start date of Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Friday, March 27, 2026, full QFS activation and a 48-hour blackout rolling for JAZARA wealth distribution across 209 nations. Banks fully integrated into the gold-backed quantum financial system. Trump's sovereign treasury took control as the Federal Reserve collapsed under its own corruption. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales taxes. The cabal's financial stranglehold shatters completely. Patriots were urged to stock food, water and cash as banks go dark for up to 10 days. On Sunday, March 29, 2026, banks complete final integration into the gold-backed quantum financial system as the Federal Reserve collapses. Trump's sovereign treasury enforces no income taxes, only tariffs plus a flat 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocks shatter. Deep state strongholds melt while Starlink prepares the EBS. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, NISA/JAZARA laws activate, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Redemption centers open as Zim and currency exchanges flood humanitarian projects. Saturday, March 28, 2026 confirmed, Tier 4B protocol now active, quantum financial system on Telegram. What was once dismissed as rumor or fantasy is now moving into controlled execution. Iraq and Zimbabwe are quietly driving a financial shift outside public markets, built on structure, security, and discretion. The revaluation of the IQD, VND, and ZIM is no longer speculation, it is operational reality. For years, holders of these currencies faced skepticism, while institutions prepared behind the scenes. Today, whispers have become verified bank appointments, tiered access systems, and private exchange processes routed through U.S. banking channels. The global currency reset is underway, and Tier 4B represents the first point where the public can participate. This is not a public forex event. It is a controlled, Classified restructuring conducted under a strict, tiered framework. Tier 1, sovereign governments and central banks. Tier 2, multinational corporations and elite financial trusts. Tier 3, high net worth entities with pre-negotiated contracts. Tier 4B, private citizens with legally acquired currency holdings. Tier 4B is now live. It is the entry point for those who have held through years of delay and silence. Major U.S. banks have begun private operations. Exchanges occur by appointment only, through secure centers with identity verification, proof of purchase validation, NDAs, and post-exchange wealth structuring. There are no walk-ins, no leaks, no spectacle. Discretion is mandatory. Internal banking systems are already reflecting new exchange values for the IQD and VND, invisible to public Forex platforms. Tier 4B operates entirely separate from public markets, moving capital quietly. Iraq leads this reset. Long-standing sanctions have ended, digital banking aligns with international standards, and UN/U.S. oversight has formally concluded. Anti-corruption operations have recovered stolen assets, converting them into revaluation leverage. Iraq is fully activated. Zimbabwe are following with resource-backed, gold-supported frameworks and project-based valuation models, scheduled for phased integration through 2025 to 2026. The rollout is deliberate. High-volume holders go first, mid-tier participants next, and broader access expands in the coming weeks. Every step requires verified identification, proof, NDA compliance, and absolute discretion. This is the culmination of years of planning for a controlled monetary restructuring. The reset arrived quietly, but correctly. Tier 4B is live. The silence is intentional. The system is moving. E-Global Financial System, Saturday, March 28, 2026. As of today, SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada, H2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Guru Information and Intel. Saturday, March 28, 2026. William Greg Firstay, Vancouver, BC. Look for Greg Firstay on Facebook. I believe. On April 1, 2026 we will see truth, justice, freedom, sovereignty and a return to common law. President Trump returned to office in 2025, but never left. He was 46 all along. The global military alliance has been making arrests since 2017. They number between 7 and 8 million. They report having used over 200,000 actors from central casting, or clones. On May 31, 2024, U.S. military jets did the letter Q over my apartment in South Vancouver. Back in 2020 I was sent a picture of President Trump shaking JFK's hand. JFK was in his full dress Marine uniform. Another trusted person told me there was a recent picture of Marilyn Monroe, Pastor Bob Joyce's Elvis, and there were pictures of Michael Jackson. I was told around 900 people have been in protective custody of the White Hats since the early 1960s. JFK 35Q, President Trump Q plus 45, 46, 47 with JFK Jr. VP equals a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. After the USA 2020 election fraud, the U.S. military did a 45-day investigation and found that at 8 p.m. when the counting stopped, President Trump had already won re-election. He was sworn back into office in March 2021. Smartmatic voting machines controlled by outside computers changed the counted votes. Trump votes disappeared in real time. Trump votes counted as 0.75 votes equals Biden votes 1.25 votes. From January 20, 2021 to Jan. 2022 equals this one-year delta under U.S. military law was an act of war against America to remove a sitting president from office equals the leaders were the Chinese Communist Party, the Crown of England and Vatican City. The 135+ million real votes equals watermarks in the paper, barcode in the top right-hand corner, and each real ballot had a unique microchip implanted so that the Space Force military satellites could identify each ballot and its location. Many were found in the garbage equals Joe Biden had 16% of the real votes. At the election polls there were boxes of mail-in ballots brought through back doors. Scrutiners were not allowed a close look at the counting. Hidden cameras showed the